to and fro.
के सेंसेट तो 3 मैच 40 वो आगे आ गई ये फाइट में एफएल से उनकी फाइट होती है डाइनो यहाँ पे नॉक तो किए गए क्या लगता है कि यहाँ पे क्या होगा
स्लग की जो पोजीशनिंग थी वो बिल्कुल भी रिवील नहीं थी वहां पर दो प्लेयर्स अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे वहां पर डैमेज काफी ज्यादा दिया गया और अब यहाँ पर मैं कहूंगा पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर आ जाएंगे रिलोड करने की कोशिश थी स्लग मौजूद थे वहां पर चतुर और चालाक नॉक कर और अब एक 1v2 का सिनेरियो हमें कन्वर्ट होता रहेगा स्लग अकेले यहाँ पर लड़ रहे हैं इनके जो पार्टनर है वो कहा है रिइंफोर्समेंट कहा है चलिए वो नीचे ड्रॉप डाउन करेंगे एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा एंडलेस का एलिमिनेशन जरूर से हमें देखने को मिलेगा लेकिन सेंसेट के स्लग क्या बढ़िया रिफ्लेक्ट 3 खिलाड़ी ऑलरेडी फिनिश करके जा चुके हैं 1v4 का क्लच कैन ही डू इट आखिरी खिलाड़ी आगे की तरफ आएगा जरूर से ड्रॉप शॉट उन्होंने लिया वहां पर 3 फिनिशर्स निकाले गन स्विच करेंगे रिलोडेड जो वेपन है वो है नहीं और अब एक 1v1 जीतना पड़ेगा
यहाँ पे मैं कहूंगा हेल्थ किट्स भी नहीं इतना टाइम भी नहीं है स्लग के पास कि वो खुद को हील करे बैंडेजेस हैं आगे जाएंगे जोन का डैमेज भी पड़ा है 1v1 ऐसी के साथ स्लग सेंसेट के आज का पहला 1v4 करके तो जरूर है
पुश था वो हमें देखने को मिलते हुए आईएनवी का जहां पर एक खिलाड़ी को स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया ट्रेड में वहां पर जो नॉक्स है वो भी हमें देखने को मिलते हुए ये ग्रेनेड काफी ज्यादा कारगर हो सकता है लेट्स सी कनेक्शन बनाएगा नहीं अभी के लिए वो कनेक्शन आएगा नहीं बट मिड जोन की बात करें लेफ्ट साइड से भी एक प्लेयर आते हुए हमें नजर आएंगे और पीछे से भी प्लेयर्स जो वो नजर आते हुए और अब यहां पर मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी सामने 2 टीम्स
3 टीमें जो हमने बात बोली कि एमसी को प्रॉब्लम होगी हर तरफ से प्लेयर्स आएंगे एंड टीमें आ रही हैं ब्लैक भी आ गई ब्लैक यहां पे प्रॉब्लम जैग ऊपर आएंगे लेट्स ग्रैब कैसे सामने एक अच्छा ड्रॉप शॉट ऋषि के द्वारा विद दैट यूसी डाउन करेंगे वो फिलहाल के लिए अपने अपोनेंट को बट अभी भी एमसी प्रॉब्लम है ड्रेड यहां पे बचे हुए ऋषि काफी ज्यादा कम एचपी पे एक सुपर नेड गया बट क्या उस नेड का कमाल हमें देखने को मिला या नहीं मिला कुछ जो 2 प्लेयर थे ऊपर वो खत्म हो गए
2v3 में कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है फाइट देखते क्या एमसी अभी भी होल्ड कर पाएंगे इस पर्टिकुलर स्पॉट को क्योंकि अगर हम बात करें वहीं पर इन्विक्टस की वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं उनको वो कंपाउंड चाहिए उनको पता है कि अगर ये कंपाउंड उनको मिलेगा तो उनका ये गेम हो सकता है बट ब्लास्टिक्स की बात करें वो आगे की तरफ आएंगे मौके पे मारा चौका में बात करें एमजी की वो भी सर्वाइव कर तो यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी फिनिशर जरूर से निकाल सकते हैं माफिया उनको डाउन किया जाएगा एमजी के लिए ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज लेकिन बाकी के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी अब आगे आएंगे टीम एमजी चलिए एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन करेंगे आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे टीम एमजी से बट बैलिस्टिक्स की बात करें वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं लेट्स सी और कितने फिनिशर निकाल पाएंगे लेकिन एक बढ़िया स्प्रे जरूर आएगा वहां पर दोनों के प्लेयर्स की जो गन है वो रिलोड पे जाएगी प्रोन डाउन होंगे एक प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे बैलिस्टिक्स वेल दे विल बी टेकिंग बोथ द टीम्स डाउन दे आर स्टिल सर्वाइविंग वही अगर हम बात करें टीम के आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे थे वो अभी तक सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं टॉप 3 में लाए अपनी टीम को नाउ इट्स अ 1v2v1 वहां पर अगर रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा तो इट विल बी अ 1v2v1 और एल्स इट विल बी अ 1v1v1 टीम बैलिस्टिक्स विद 17 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी
मुझे लगता है क्या 19 होगा काउबॉय यहाँ पे यूहो तो जरूर कर रहे होंगे बिकॉज़ अपने टीम को यहाँ पे टॉप 3 में वो लेकर आगे फिनिशेस ज्यादा नहीं है फर्क नहीं पड़ता बट क्या काउबॉय को पता था कि उस प्लेयर अब जो आपका वॉल है उसके पीछे एक प्लेयर डाउन है चलिए एक कम से कम सूर्या को डाउन करते करते वो गए 2v1 एमसी के ऋषि ने फिनिश फीड को रीड किया यस वो किया वो मूवमेंट कर रहे बट वो प्रोन डाउन हो गए एंड ही इज गोना टेक द चांसेस दिस इज द टाइम ऋषि गो स्ट्राइक्स बैलिस्टिक्स अदरवाइज ये गेम आपके हाथ से निकल जाएगा क्योंकि एक बार रिवाइवल आया जो आ चुका है मुश्किल है नेड आप खींच ले बट इस नेड का फायदा नहीं होने वाला क्योंकि जिस तरफ इनका क्रॉस एयर है प्लेयर वहां मौजूद नहीं है बैलिस्टिक्स के आज के दिन पे पहले मैच में विथ 19 फिनिशेस क्या चिकन लेके जाएगी आंकी एक कमाल का परफॉर्मेंस हमें इस टीम के द्वारा देखने को मिला इतना तो पक्का हो गया कि इस मैच के दम पे फेज 2 से फेज 3 का जो रास्ता है वो बैलिस्टिक्स ने आसानी से तय कर लेना है
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर अभी के लिए जो अगले मैचेस है वो देखने पड़ेंगे कि कैसे जाते हैं उनके लिए बट मिड जोन के अगर ऋषि की बात करें 1v2 जरूर से रहने वाला है और दोनों खिलाड़ी उनके लिए ओपन में आ सकता है अगर वो आगे की तरफ जाएंगे तो चलिए उन्होंने जो ग्रेनेड है पुल ऑफ जरूर से किया उसी के साथ उनकी जो पोजीशन है वो भी रिवील ग्रेनेड जाएगा जरूर से क्या कनेक्शन बनेगा डैमेज जो है वो जरूर से मिलेगा थोड़ा बहुत स्प्लैश का बट जो प्लेयर है वो अंदर की तरफ आएंगे जरूर से अभी भी वो जो 1v2 का सिचुएशन है वो हमें बरकरार देखने को मिलता है खिलाड़ी आएंगे उनको डैमेज दिया जाएगा बट सामने से बढ़िया डैमेज जाएगा चलिए ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे टीम बैलिस्टिक्स they'll be taking it home एक बेहतरीन विनर चिकन
मैं जरूर कहूंगा कि यहाँ पे व्यतीत कर चुके हैं दोनों टीम बट दूसरे साइड पे सेंस 8 वर्सेस जंगली की जो फाइट है वो चलती है और मुझे लगता है एक और ग्रेनेड और पूरी जंगली की स्क्वाड यहाँ पे खत्म हो सकती है बट हर्ष बहुत ज्यादा देर तक वो ग्रेनेड वहां पे कुक करते रह गए मौका भी नहीं मिला कि वो ग्रेनेड को अनकुक करे वापस से उसको छोड़ दे और अपनी टीम के लिए फाइट निकाले बट ये गलती जंगली की स्क्वाड किस तरीके से कर सकती है अपने 2 प्लेयर को यहाँ पे गंवाते हुए दिखाई वो दे सकते हैं एक प्लेयर नॉक है एक प्लेयर फिनिश हो चुका है, बट एक बढ़िया मॉली गॉडेक्स यहाँ पे डाउन होंगे। गोकू की बात करें पूरी तरीके से फिनिश होंगे, बट सेंसेट अभी भी उनके 3 प्लेयर कैसे भी करके सर्वाइव करते हुए।
बिल्कुल अभी के लिए एक 2v3 में कन्वर्ट हो सकती है फाइट, बट उसी की तरह अगर हम बात करें टीम सेंसेट की, वहां पर वो अपना जो रिवाइवल वो जरूर से एग्जीक्यूट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। सो नाउ इट्स अ 3v3 एंड लेट्स सी यहां पर क्या होता है। हस्की आगे की तरफ गए जरूर से, कुछ बुलेट्स का स्प्रे वहां पर आएगा, डैमेज दिया, बट अभी भी वो जो नॉक है वो आएगा नहीं। एडीएस कोला, बट स्टिल वो जो नॉक है उसकी अभी भी तलाश रहने वाली है। यहां पर एक ओपनिंग जरूर से निकालनी पड़ेगी टीम जंगली को या फिर टीम सेंसेट को, देखते कि वो कौन सी टीम रहने वाली है। अभी के लिए आगे की तरफ आएंगे वो जरूर से, वो ग्लिच ग्रैब का उन्होंने साथ दिया, बट 2 खिलाड़ी डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे। आखिरी खिलाड़ी इजीली उनको वाइप करा जाएगा। टीम जंगली ऑफिशियल फाइनली वो जिस अवतार में हम उनको जानते हैं उसी अवतार में आते हुए नजर आएंगे। सेंसेट पहली टीम बनेगी जो इस लॉबी को छोड़ेगी। टीम जंगली अपना एक खिलाड़ी खोया जरूर, बट मेरे ख्याल से उसे एक खिलाड़ी को भी बचाया जा सकता है। बॉय की बात करें वो अब थोड़ा अंदर की तरफ जाएंगे जरूर से। टीम एंडलेस की खिलाड़ी वीकर लेकर के आगे आए जरूर से। माफिया उनको स्पॉट किया गया, डाउन किया दिया, और अब यहां पर जो 2 वर्ड स्पोर्ट्स के आखिरी खिलाड़ी है उनकी जो पोजीशन है वो भी पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है। टीम केरला की बात करें 4 प्लेयर्स के साथ वो सर्वाइव करेंगे। नाउ इट्स अ 1v3v4 जहां पर जोन का श्रिंक है वो अब आना स्टार्ट हो चुका है। पीछे से जोन का प्रेशर, आगे टीम केरला तैयार टीम एंडलेस के लिए।
किलवा इसी के साथ पूरी तरीके से खत्म किया जाएंगे। एक बढ़िया मॉली आता हुआ अशोक काफी ज्यादा ओपन में पीक करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। काउबॉय पनिश उन्होंने किया जरूर था, बट खुद पे भी वो डैमेज ले बैठे। अशोक की बात करें नीचे गिरे जरूर है, बट अपनी हेल्थ यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा लूज कर गए। रोसो की बात करें वो वहां पे डाउन हो गए। रोहो जो थे वो वहां पे डाउन हो गए। लास्ट 2 प्लेयर बचेंगे इस वक्त एंडलेस से। गजनी की बात करें मुश्किलें उनके लिए काफी ज्यादा हो सकती है। लास्ट प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे, ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे। टीम केरला जो पिछले मैच में चूक गए थे विनर चिकन डिनर, की इस मैच में और बढ़िया करने की। बट वहीं पे बात करें फेसलेस की, एक प्लेयर उनका डाउन है, आर्विन को डाउन किया गया है। बट वन नेशन के अभी भी तीनों प्लेयर यहाँ पे आपको सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। टूवर्ड्स काफी ज्यादा दूर दिखाई दे जरूर रहे हैं, देखना है कि क्या उनका आगमन होता हुआ हमें दिखाई दे सकता है। चलिए एक और प्लेयर डाउन किया गया, और इसी के साथ मोस्ट प्रोबेबली फेसलेस उनके लिए भी दिक्कतें काफी ज्यादा होने वाली है। प्लेयर वहां से जंप करके निकल गया, डैमेज दिया जरूर गया था, बट नॉक नहीं कर पाए। लास्ट 2 प्लेयर फेसलेस के इस वक्त सर्वाइव करते
मुझे लगता है मुश्किल है 3v2 का सिचुएशन। एक अच्छा नेट सौरभ का, बट वहां से डायनो ऑलरेडी निकल गए। चले एक कुक नेट बस उन्होंने फेंक दिया, कैंसिल नहीं किया। मुश्किलें हो जाती हैं, एक नेट की कीमत आप क्या जाने सौरभ बाबू, बट देखते हैं। बट फिलहाल के सौरभ
नहीं देखा
जा रहे। ओ मुझे लगा उन्होंने देख लिया था, बट नहीं देखा। इस चीज का फायदा उठाया सामने से डायनो ने। यहाँ पे 2v2 का सिचुएशन है बिटवीन 1 एंड टीम फेसलेस। फेसलेस के प्लेयर डायनो जहां पे लेटे ऑलरेडी उनकी पोजीशनिंग पता थी सामने, एंड इट्स अ 1v2 सिचुएशन जहां पे एक प्लेयर मैं देख सकता हूं अभी भी टीपीपी ले रहा था। क्या नाम था उनका? तत्काल कटली कातिल, ओके कातिल है उनका नाम। पर फिलहाल अगर बात करें कैंप ब्रावो आईएसओ वर्सेस आईएनवी, यहाँ पे आईएसओ के 2 प्लेयर नॉक है, आईएनवी के माफिया डाउन पड़े हुए। बट इट्स अ 2v3 सिचुएशन आई थिंक, जहां पे दोनों टीमें मुश्किलों में है। मेजी
जी बिल्कुल देखना है ये कि आईएसओ जिनका पिछला मैच बढ़िया नहीं गया था, आईएनवी उनका भी पिछला मैच बढ़िया नहीं गया था। दोनों टीम को चाहिए कि ये वाला मैच उनके लिए बढ़िया जाए, अदरवाइज इसके बाद बात केवल 2 ही मैचेस बचने वाले। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड अंदर के साइड पे गया जरूर था, बट चलिए कोने में आपको वो दिखाई देंगे। बट दूसरी तरफ शूटर कोशिश कर रहे हैं प्लेयर्स को यहाँ पे स्पॉट करने की, शायद अब स्पॉट कर बैठे होंगे। फुटस्टेप सुनाई दिया गया होगा, बट अभी भी आप शूटर को देखिए वो आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। उसके पास बैरल था, एक को नॉक किया, दूसरे को नॉक नहीं कर पाएंगे। शूटर यहाँ पे नॉक किए जाएंगे। बट दूसरे साइड पे सोहेल की बात के जाने की कोशिश, वेक्टर उनके हाथ में है, लेवल 2 का हेलमेट उनके पास रहेगा, विज़ उनके पास है, बट सामने माफिया मौजूद रहेंगे। और देखते ही देखते आईएसओ की स्क्वाड एक बार फिर से उतना बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस नहीं, 14वें स्थान पे 0 फिनिशेस के साथ बाहर डाउन हो चुका। बट हर्ष की अगर बात करें यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे, अपने आप को हील करने की कोशिश करेंगे। शानू वहाँ पे मौजूद है, अपनी जो पोजीशन थी उन्होंने रिवील कर दी, बट हर्ष को डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा पड़ा। गबरू उनको यहाँ पे कवर फायर देना पड़ेगा। बट इसी बीच मुझे लगता है टीम केरला की जो स्क्वाड है मौके पर चौका मार सकते हैं और बहुत बढ़िया फिनिशर्स निकाल सकते हैं। नेविन वो चीज करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। गबरू को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। एक और जो प्लेयर था रश स्क्वाड उनको डाउन किया गया। टीम केरला का ये वाला मैच चिकन डिनर निकाल के देंगे। शानू वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे, बट आप देखें उनकी भी पोजीशन टीम केरला के नेविन को पता है अगर इस मैच में चिकन लेके गए बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया रहेगा। एक और प्लेयर को उन्होंने डाउन किया। टीम जंगली का लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव करता हो, वो भी बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज हो चुका है। नेविन मौके पे चौका मारने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार। लास्ट प्लेयर वहां पे सर्वाइव करेगा। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा, गन यहाँ पे चेंज करा गया। मेरा चिकन डिनर के बहुत ज्यादा करीब, बट अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा दूर।
1v1 नेविन भी यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज किया। हर्ष वहां पे गबरू को रिवाइवल दे पाएंगे। यस वो रिवाइवल पे जा रहे नहीं, अभी फिलहाल के वो बैटेज लगा रहे, बट उन्होंने अपने हेल्थ किट को लगाया दोनों तरफ से। फिर से एक बार 1v1 केरला ने जहां पे कमाल करके दिखाया, बट फाइनली यहाँ पे उनके शॉट्स कनेक्ट नहीं हुए। लेके जाएंगे विनर चिकन डिनर।
एक और प्रबल दावेदार टीम के ऊपर स्प्रे देते हुए नजर आते हुए, जिसका नाम है टीम केरला। लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम केरला रुकने वाली नहीं है। जिस तरीके का रन उनका चल रहा है, एक नॉक वहां पर निकालेंगे जरूर से। चारों प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हुए, टीम जंगली वो उनके काफी करीब आते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। स्पेन के लिए एक 1v1 हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा, जहां पर M249 राता करते हुए नजर आएंगे वो, बट जो नॉक है वो आएगा नहीं, बट पीछे से विंटर मौजूद। और इसी के साथ टीम जंगली अपना एक खिलाड़ी खोते हुए नजर आ सकते हैं। विंटर ने एक बहुत बढ़िया ऑफ गार्ड एंगल क्रिएट किया है और इस चक्रव्यूह में फंस चुके हैं टीम जंगली।
ये नेड अगर चला गया तो मुश्किल, तीन बड़ी बड़ी टीमें भिड़ रही है, बट अभी फिलहाल के हम देख सकते हैं स्पेन इन पे नेड के डैमेज आ रहे, एक मॉली उन्होंने डाला, जंगली को रोक रहे कि हम तो नहीं आने देंगे तुम्हें इस रूम में। फिलहाल के हर्ष को आप देखिए उस डब्बे के ऊपर, बट कब डाउन करेंगे स्पेन को, यही मौका है जहां पे जंगली ये 3 मैन स्क्वाड इस घर के अंदर जाके बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकती है केरला के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर। विंटर वहां पे बचे हुए, गबरू अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइवल दे रहे हैं, बट ये बैटल ऑफ द बीस्ट है इस राउंड की, क्योंकि ये दोनों टीमों ने अब तक कमाल किया हुआ। एक अच्छा नेड विंटर का, गबरू डाउन, एंड आई थिंक हर्ष इज द लास्ट प्लेयर राइट नाउ। बची कुची कसर यहाँ पे वो कर रहे हैं, बट सही टाइम पे वो बगी लेके भागना चाहते तो थे, बट कब वो आएंगे स्प्रे देंगे, एंड मुझे लगता है हर्ष इसी के साथ वो भी डाउन है। एक और प्लेयर अभी भी जंगली का बचा हुआ है की।
बिल्कुल, वो यहाँ से व्हीकल लेकर के जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। नाम उनका रहने वाला फीनिक्स। लेट्स सी कि वो कितनी देर तक यहाँ पर सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। फिलहाल टीम केरला पूरी तरीके से डोमिनेट करते हुए, वो जो प्रबल दावेदार थे आगे जाने के लिए, पिछले मैच के चैंपियंस, उनको यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से नकारते हुए और दिखाते हुए कि टीम केरला उनमें बहुत दम है। फिलहाल बहुत मुश्किल रहने वाला है टीम नेक्सस के लिए, क्योंकि वो जो नीचे जो रिज का एरिया वो उनके पास मौजूद है। ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाएंगे और टाइटन अपना वो टाइटैनिक वाला पोज जरूर से देने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि ये एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड हमें उनकी साइड से देखने को मिला। वन नेशन ई स्पोर्ट्स टॉप 3 में आ चुकी है टीम BLAC। बहुत खुश होंगे इस पर्टिकुलर फाइट से, क्योंकि उनके पास अब फिनिशेस भी जाएंगे और साथ ही साथ जो मैच है वो भी उनके पास जाता हुआ नजर आएगा। नाउ इट्स अ 4v1v1, जहां पर देखना ये कि वन नेशन के टाइटन क्या और आगे तक जा पाएंगे। नेक्सस इनकॉग्निटो के ज़्यूस की बात करें, वो यहां पर सर्वाइव करते हुए, लेकिन शायद वो पहले फिनिश ऑफ हो जाए। जी हां, और वो एक खिलाड़ी अपनी टीम को टॉप 2 में लेके जाएगा। वन नेशन के टाइटन फिनिश ऑफ तो होंगे, BLAC ऑफिशियल लेके जाएंगे चिकन डिनर। बट अब ये जो सेंट्रल पोजिशनिंग है ना, यहाँ पर हमें बहुत सारी फाइट देखने को मिलेगी, बिकॉज जो सोस्टोम का आइलैंड है वो खाली। इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करें टीम वन लास्ट चांस उनके ऊपर पुश आएगा जरूर से, नेक्स्ट वो नॉक निकालेंगे, लेकिन ट्रेड में उनका भी नॉक हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। बैलिस्टिक्स की बात करें, अभी तक एक बहुत बढ़िया रन, लेकिन अब ये फाइट कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है 3v3 में। स्प्रे दिया जाएगा, वो जो ग्रेनेड करने की कोशिश थी बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में आए। रीपर डाउन, गॉड नाउ ही इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। Well, he needs to show some godly gameplay or else टीम वन लास्ट चांस का वो वन लास्ट चांस जो है वो भी यहां से उनके हाथों से चिंता हुआ नजर आएगा। जो रिवाइवल है उसकी प्रक्रिया स्टार्ट हो चुकी है, एंड टीम बैलिस्टिक्स की बात करें वो व्हीकल लेकर के क्लोज इन करते हुए
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली बड़े आसानी से खत्म कर देंगे वन लास्ट चांस को। बात करी जाए बग्गी लेके आगे गए हैं प्लेयर सूर्या, आपको दिखाई देंगे M249 उनके पास है। एक प्लेयर नॉक पड़ा हुआ था, फिनिश किया जाएगा, बट वो जो प्लेयर को रिवाइव कर रहे थे उसको भी वो रिवाइव नहीं कर पाए। हो सकता था कि एक के बदले 2 प्लेयर को वहां पे खड़े कर सकते थे, बट फिलहाल के लिए अकेले बचेंगे। इसी के साथ डेड शॉट का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, गॉड ग्रेनेड कुक करते रह गए, उससे पहले दूसरा ग्रेनेड आया। वन लास्ट चांस का ये चांस खत्म। इसी के साथ उनका सफर भी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यहीं पे समाप्त हो जाएगा। बट बात करी जाए बैलिस्टिक्स की, 4 फिनिशेस, डेड शॉट ज्यादा खुश निकालेंगे।
It is said that men at war are the masters of their fate, and I really want to see how many more men are going to fight out the war today to make sure they get into the round, round 3. And basically, with me is going to be Salty.
Yeah.
Every time I look at your face, I still wonder, do you taste like sea?
Probably. I have no clue how it tastes like, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure the fights that we have got in store for you guys is definitely gonna get a lot spicier as we head into day number 3 of round 2. Of course, we have had some blasts in the last 2 days where you were in office and you couldn't really attend our tradition of sharing the desk, but never mind. Welcome back, man.
I'm hyped. I did say that, there were times where I did really regret what am I doing at office. I had to be on the desk. I had to scream on top of my voice with those finishes, with those clutches coming in. But yeah,
we certainly had
in
a
a
lot
good-
of clutches though, man.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
last 2
That's-
days, it's been a clutch fest for these guys coming in, the lads with 1v3s, 1v4s. There's a plethora of clutches left and right, and I was like, this seems to be like an international tournament. BMOC, the level, the skill ceiling is very, very high. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the format of the tournament itself, which Arka, my man, is gonna explain it.
The format seems to be absolutely precise, absolutely clear. We're going to be playing BMOC first, where we have 4 rounds in front of our screens.
Yeah.
It's going to be 5-12 teams who did fight it out before,
Yeah.
amongst which we cut them down to 256 teams. These are the teams who have proven themselves the first time. Now it's time for them to take it at war, make sure they're the masters to get into the round 3, and there they'll have 64 teams.
Yeah.
One among the 64 teams to fight it out. And again, in round 4, the same 64 is going to make sure, they have an amazing tournament. And 24 of these final 64 fighting it out, 24 of them will be moving forward to play BMPS, the biggest event ever so far. And I really love the way he points at you and says that you could be the next man over there.
You definitely could be. Your life can change in this 3-week grand affair. Of course, ending it out in the grand finals with 16 teams, 16 of the best teams the country has got to offer. They're going to be fighting out in the battlegrounds of BGMI. But you've got to understand how this kind of works. You need to get some points on board. As ladies and gentlemen, we have a look at the points table. Of course, you know it very, very well. You know the basics, right? First placement, you get 15. Second, you get 12. Third, 10. Of course, up till 7 you get 2 points. You don't want to be in that vicinity of 8 to 16 where you don't really get a lot of points. Each finish equals 1 point, and all that we have always tried to kind of figure out is what the balance looks like.
That's the most important thing, when you have 5 to 6 finishes in your name, you're equivalent to a 5th position, and that's the most important thing for us, and you need to concentrate on that. But let's look at the schedule for now. Today we're going to be playing 5 matches as always, the first and the last being Erangel. Then we have Miramar on the second and the third, second and the fourth.
Yep.
The third match, the game changer, is always going to be Sanhok. Now, as we were speaking about how much finish points can actually change the game for you, in case you have just 5 to 6 finish points in your name, that's more than enough for you to be placing yourself in the 4th or 5th position in the overall, points table. So it's important for you to gain those finish points earlier itself, then trying to balance it out with a few placement points. And if you can find the average properly in all the 5 games, it's going to be a cakewalk for you guys into the next round.
Exactly. Now, speaking of cakewalk, I think it's a little tougher than cakewalk, honestly, because round 1 was sort of easier for these teams.
Yep.
You only had to be in the top 8, but round 2 is sort of a different ball game altogether.
Yeah.
You have to be in top 4. 16 teams battling it out. Only top 4 qualify to round 3. As ladies and gentlemen, we prepare for the first map for ourselves. Erangel is going to be the first one, and let's have a look at the teams who are going to compete today. Arka, do you find some familiar faces, some familiar names and logos? One logo that you're looking for?
Brawlers, because they were trying to brawl around as much as possible the last time I saw them, so I'm looking forward for them to perform much better. Do or Die Esports, I've heard a little bit about them, that they have the potential to actually do much better. But let's not forget Livecraft.
Yeah.
They are one team who had such a good composure in their games that they were looking more promising than any other teams in their group. So these are the few names which strikes a bell. But one thing is for sure, I really want to see how that composure is going to be held in today's game, because at the end of the day, it's all about you placing into the top 4. As you already mentioned, it's not top 8 anymore, it's top 4.
Top 4. You need to be exceptional in every one of the matches that you play. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this beautiful map once again. We always love to see the beautiful scenery. Of course, just like you mentioned, there is a lot of known teams in the lobby today. There will be brawlers, 4 of the most experienced teams in the community so far. You've got Livecraft as well. Some interesting names here and there. You've got Coming Soon, and you were sort of pulling a joke, Arka, before that you just hope they come at the right time. But apart from that, surely we do have some known teams, and we will be expecting them to sort of perform, right? Isn't it?
I would say, see, from the get-go, if you know what you're doing, like if
Yeah.
you're well prepared, you won the war halfway. So
Yeah.
I just hope that all these teams are well prepared and they do understand what they're doing. This is a default map as always. Everybody knows their look in corners. Everybody knows their dunes and hills. So you make any small basic mistakes, the whole of the audience who is
Yeah.
watching you will eventually try to understand what kind of pressure you're undergoing.
Yeah, exactly. And this is once again the containers. You can see the waters. You can see the sea as well. I kind of get jealous every time I get to see the sea because it's like it's very hot here in Hyderabad. It's basically soaring outside. Inside the studio, of course, it's chill, but I still kind of miss the water bodies. I still kind of miss the sea. Getting inside pools and having a time of life. We should kind of plan a pool dip someday. Arka, I guess we'll call Spiro as well. He was our friend when you were gone in the English test. We have fixes as well.
Surely we'll do that as we're going to be stepping right into the map. This is going to be round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Group 14 match 1, and the flight path looks to be not that promising for the teams who were planning to go to Lipovka, Yasnaya, Severny or Stolba, but for rather the teams choosing Ferry or Primox or probably even military base is going to be blessed with a very early takeoff and a very early landing, as the flight path starting off from military base is going to be ending up somewhere towards hospital. And please, my friend, could you please speculate as to where you want the zone to be or probably zone will become?
To be honest, this kind of flight path, we've seen this in a few games of round 1 and mostly in round 2. This is not something out of the ordinary, and I kind of feel like the circle is going to happen towards the Gatka region. We have had those western circles so far, but we got to see a very familiar face right at the start of the game. We got to see Sangwan, who is again a fan favorite player. A lot of the previous BGMI fans, they will be looking out for him and how he performs. But just like we mentioned it, we've seen most of the teams have taken the drops already. They are in their parachutes gliding all over the map itself. Very surprisingly enough, there's very few teams opting to go towards a military base.
Now, I see a small cluster towards the side of Ferry, and that is where the question arises, as are they doing the right thing, trying to go in for an early skirmish. But all these things, before we could even speculate more about the zone itself, is formed, as it's going to be favoring Shelter as of now. Shelter is going to be the center part of the circle. Milta Power, Lipovka is where you would want to land yourself at the earliest to get the right kind of farming. Prepare yourself so that once teams come in, you'll have the right kind of ammunition. But as of now, there's a vehicle which is trying to mow down somebody as TUB. That's the Unstoppables trying to take down the side of Team RC. They want to fall back eventually. I believe is a very good decision from their side, but it looks like they're thinking twice as well. They just have a pistol. They know that this early picking is really important for them. That's going to be Baymax right in front of them. The pistols have been shot out. There are 2 players with pistols at this point of time. Both of them are trying to do their best. They get cover fire from a little far away, and I do believe that Unstoppables right now need to stop making this mistake, go back, regroup, get the right kind of farming rather.
Yeah. Poor Baymax over there was kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place, but thankfully he had his teammates to cover for him. The Unstoppables, of course, they have retrieved from that engagement, did dish out some damage onto Baymax, but eventually that fight did not continue any further as they look for more groceries elsewhere, where Redemption Crew, I feel they've done a good job in trying to keep their brother alive over there in that situation. But here we have got the team Saw, we have got team Not as well to the side of Pachinki. And I really want to see if these two teams engage in battle. Most of the teams in round 2, they sort of like to take things slow, especially Erangel. Yesterday, Arka, you weren't really there. The map was extremely passive. Teams were just so disciplined, as we got to see no skirmish, no fight up until probably the 18th or the 20th minute.
That is what the game turns out to be, because eventually the beginning, the round 1, nobody knows each other's strategy, right? As soon as round 1 is over, by the time you come to round 2, you start to learn about your enemies, you start to learn about their strategies, and then you plan according to it. And we all know that a late start or an early skirmish can actually cost you at least 1 or 2 players in case everything doesn't go in your favor. So they try to avoid that, try to survive as long as possible, and once everybody are forced to fight out with one another, another. That is when the assaulter has to give that initiation, and
Yeah.
once the initiation comes in, then it's easier for the team to pick up. Now, we all were speaking about this one thing, the discipline coming in, where, you know, people are holding on to their nerves. Somewhere I feel that everybody have understood that, you know, we need to, you know, maintain position. We need to make sure that we do not come into any kind of rotation clashes earlier itself, because until now we have seen most of the teams have got taken down because of the rotation clashes
Yes.
itself, and that is what they're avoiding at this point of time, and I think they're doing a good job.
To avoid the rotation clashes, of course, a lot of research kind of helps you, especially when you are a known team in this entire circuit. For example, if you like someone like Brawlers, then you have to kind of reside on your firepower, probably have to do something out of the box, because most of the teams, they know your game style. They've seen you playing scrims, playing invitational tournaments as well, and that is where they kind of understand where you're going to drop, where you're going to rotate from. So kind of being out of the box helps you, especially when you're an unknown team. I feel like that is also an advantage in your favor, because nobody knows about you. You're sort of a dark horse playing in this lobby, and you can be a surprise fact. You can be that X factor for any of the experienced teams that are playing. And speaking of Brawlers, they are in front of our screen right now. Sangwan with that M249 can be deadly, but this man has been really, really good. Brawlers in round one weren't really as dominating as we thought they would be, especially with the quality of players that they have in their lineup. But I'm expecting a lot more from them, especially in round two, because this is where they start showing their real caliber. This is where they start showing their
true
real
colours.
their true colors. Absolutely, Arka.
I mean, see, one thing about Brawlers which I love the most, which I speculate is that is what they're doing, is they're not giving away their complete, you know, strategy. They're trying to play a very different gameplay. They're like, we have to just do this and make sure we get selected to the next round. And when the time is right, that is when we actually show our true colors. I just hope that now they do realize that the momentum has increased throughout the tournament. So it's important for them to slowly come out into their true colors. Stop being that chameleon trying to camouflage yourself so that, you know, it's going to be easier for you. But as we look at the teams which are alive, 16 teams still there. No early skirmishes so far. At least by now, if it was round one, we would have seen 1 or 2 finishes dealt by any team. But let's see what is going to be the case as we have already stepped into the 6th minute of the game.
Exactly, we're still at the first circle, and talking about the circle itself, it's rather a new one, Arka, because most of the time we've seen Erangel kind of preferring the western part of the map more than the eastern parts. We've seen circles forming towards the Gatka region, towards the Ruins region as well. Most of the teams have tried to take shelter towards Georgiopol as well, but this time we have had something completely out of the box. Teams might opt towards to go for Lipovka. You've got a certain part of water coverage as well, which kind of reduces the landmass in contention. And as we speak from the map feed that we have, we can see that most of the teams, they are on their vehicles, of course, because they need to traverse this huge distance. But just like you mentioned, there is no close quarter combat that would happen, at least for the next 10 minutes, because there's a lot of space for teams to occupy, and they would be loving to occupy some hard covers. Now, for these teams, it's very important to figure out which position you want to play from. Do you want to play from the center of the circle itself towards shelter? Just like you said, it was the center of the circle. You want to capture somewhere around Yasnaya and play along the edges. It depends on what your playing style is. But if we have a look at the overarching objective, I feel like it's very important for you to get those finishes right at the get-go and have a good lead from the first map itself.
Yeah, that is what we always say, right? You need to balance the finish points and the position points, or sometimes because of the pressure of not having, you know, enough number of finish points, and you get 1 or 2 players down, that is when panic strikes your heart. Now let's see how that is going to turn out. As we can see, our attention is going to be going all towards the side of Milta Power. Nobody has dared to go take that position, and we all know there's ample amount of loot over there. People can actually go and gain something big, but 40% of the teams are still outside the circle and pretty much in the blue zone itself. Now, all of them to the western side of the map have a much traveling to do. If they come in late, but rather we see that DOD versus Liftcraft has already started over here. DOD almost lost their, you know, Danav, but eventually he was able to drop shot. He was able to drop himself at the right time when the cover came in. Now Liftcraft wants to take revenge at this point of time. Do or die esports have to make sure that they fall back as quickly as possible, because they have one man down on his knees, and whereas Danav was also almost down to, you know, 5 to 10 HP. He's healing to his fullest potential, but Liftcraft is not going to stop themselves. Beast comes in from another angle. Doom is also trying to push in from far away. Beast is cooking up a grenade. Let's see if this grenade is going to put Danav back to his knee.
Oh,
it
my
does.
god, ripped apart right there. Some 8-mile street fight happening right in front of us. Livecraft versus Do or Die. Now, certainly it seems like the players are dying so far. Is Team Livecraft. They are on the retaliation. Now, Doom comes in. They've lost Clowny already. Now, that was an initial skirmish. Both the teams had no idea of each other's presence. They were completely oblivion of the fact that there was someone else present over there as well. And here he comes on the offense once again. The vehicle might explode any moment. Will Lovecraft go for the chase is the question that posed in front of them right now. But I feel it's a healthy decision to fall back and preserve the man advantage, or rather the 3-man team that they've got right now.
Now, this vehicle sound is going to be heard by the side of Beast. He'll try to push in and make sure that he stops them, but ultimately they don't choose to do so. I think that's a very, very clever move coming in from the side of Livecraft, because they know that they need those resources since they've lost a man. TUB versus the side of DOD might be possible on our screens at this point of time. Danav yet again falls down on his knees, but this time I don't think so anybody's gonna be there to pick him up. DOD are in a very, very bad state, losing 2 of the key players. Now we have to see how well they can play for placement points, but TUB is one team who's been blessed with 2 finishes so far. They stole 1 away from the side of probably Boro, Hari, but 1 shortly from the side of DOD.
Yeah, running away from Livecraft and falling right in front of the Unstoppables. Of course, you cannot stop them doing justice to their name. They got the first finish for themselves to work with. Now, speaking of Borohari, a very interesting name, Arka. I feel we were doing some research. This is sort of hailing from the northeastern language. It sort of means something around it. I don't really have proper knowledge. You might have it, but considering their position, they're completely out in the open. The Unstoppables have a good vision on where exactly this team is. Might be a probable fight, but thankfully we've got a few skirmishes happening here and there.
No, that's the whole point. If we have skirmishes in the beginning, we can expect, a little bit of an ease gameplay as the, circle is going to become smaller. If there are normal skirmishes with all 16 teams standing out in a smaller circle, we all know how tough it is for us to cover each and every fight. But for me, one team which is looking out really strong is going to be Team CS at the side of Novo Ripnoi. They can come in late into the circle. They can use waterways or landways to make sure that they cross that bridge. But ultimately, they can come in through the side of Melta Power, and that could be a great advantage for them. They're going to be not only blessed with no fights, but also they're going to be blessed with a little bit of, the crates which are going to be dropped in from the skies. Now, there's a big chunk of teams forming up towards the side of Shelter and towards the side of Farm. I'm expecting some skirmishes to eventually build in. Let's see whether that's going to happen, as Saw is also trying to find some hard cover. And Team P6 on the other side, that's the same team. That's going to be Saw themselves. They have one team in the crosshairs, and that's going to be Crave.
And they've got Team Crave right behind them. They've got Team BE right in front of them as well. For Team SAW, or rather Team P6, whatever it is, it's really important for them to kind of figure out what their priorities is. Speaking of priority, I feel like it is definitely a priority to have your team name and initials at the same thing. Team P6, please try and get yourself some rename cards and maybe name yourself P6.
Exactly, because sometimes we get really confused with all those different names coming in. Hopefully that's going to be sorted by the next round, because ultimately with a little bit of maturity and professionalism comes a better gameplay. So now all these things said and done, let's jump back right into what the situation of P6 is like. They're going to have a divided attention. Now this is the bad thing which they're doing, with Sexy Kid trying to come out of the hard cover, trying to show his back towards the team which is right behind him. That could be pretty much vulnerable for him. Now CS on the other side, they've somehow crossed the bridge, make sure that they reach one corner when nobody's going to tag them. But let's not forget, towards the side of Mansion is an empty space. From the side of School, again, there's some empty spaces where RC is also going to be making it really safe. As we were speaking about the vulnerable team T6, they've already put one player is already down on his knees, all thanks to the backs being shown towards the enemies. Let's see how they're going to strategize better, as right now they're the patty in the sandwich.
Sexy Kid, interesting name. It's Team P6. They start moving on the rotate. They are on their vehicles and they start their road trip. Now, where do they go from here? The circle is still touching them. They are toward the southern edge of it, but right behind them, Team Crave is completely hot on their tails. Elsewhere, we've got a drop for ourselves to look at. You've got the AUG, you've got the vests, helmets, and everything else. You've got some other teams also. Most of the teams, they are on their vehicles, still trying to make inside inside the circle. But just like you pointed, Arka, there is a lot of space on the western part of the zone itself, because there's not a lot of compounds. Teams are trying to capture the prison area, the shelter area, where you have a lot of ridges, where you have a lot of these trees, and terrain is optimum for fighting, and that is exactly what these teams are looking for.
I mean, I would like to speculate one thing. In case the circle is going to be towards the side of shelter itself, then we can expect a heal battle also to be coming in, because two teams, one on the top and one inside those dungeons, will be trying to go in for a heal battle. Now, Crave on the other side got a lot of shots towards them, but somehow, you know, they made themselves become a little secure. They escaped that wrath, and right now they're going to be placing themselves towards one sniper tower, which is, according to me, a bit vulnerable. They have to be careful about it. Now Team 6 on the other side has come a bit more closer to the side of Team PE. Let's see whether this skirmish is going to be ending towards their favor. Has got a very, very good spot. They've already put a player down on their knee. I think it's the Brawl or probably P6 themselves. They can see the other person. They're going to rush in, find the other player as well. There's been a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the crosshairs placement. Sexy Kid gets taken down, but Sniper comes at the right time, gives the right kind of backup, and eventually gets 2 finishes in his name.
They're kind of sandwiched. Team Levitate, reinforcements come in as Kash and his other brother come in with their vehicles, but right in front of them, they've got Team Property spots as well. Now, being sandwiched between these two teams, it is a very, very crucial situation. Coming back to Team Brawlers, Iconic is down. I can see he's on his knees, but there is another player who has been knocked out. I believe Sangwan will be looking to go for the finish, but for now, the first priority would be to get Iconic back up.
I think it's going to be pretty much easy for them, because I don't see any, enemies pretty much close to them or any teams trying to tag them out. But from the northern side of the prison itself, Team DOD is trying to beat that ugly thorn towards the side of Brawlers. Let's see whether they'll be able to tackle them around. Iconic on the other corner would be revived any second soon, and let's see how that fight is going to be turning out towards them, because ultimately there's one free finish point lurking around towards the corners of the zone, and we can expect it to work absolutely fine. Sangwan is the person who dares go touch Iconic at the final moments, brings him back on his feet. Now this combination, this duo fighting together can actually put squads down.
Yeah, Sangwan and Iconic, very, very experienced players from the community. But right in front of them, they've got a plethora of teams who will try and chip in from their damage numbers. You've got Mythcott, who has been completely confirmed. Team CS is actually facing a lot of the heat, especially from the play zone, because they were trying to rotate in late, coming in from the extreme right-hand side of the map itself. But have a look at this. Team Levitate, completely stuck in that sniper tower. They don't really have the manpower as well. As a spray comes in, Shelby, easy peasy for him, as only one player dares to survive. And look at Team P6, they're hot on their tails like Need for Speed as everybody falls down. This team being completely wiped off. There is nothing that they can do about it.
Team P6 looks more strong than ever. I did not expect them to be so aggressive where they were trying to play really safe, but ultimately we can see that they have come out to their true colors. But on the other side, I can see some players are getting knocked off or probably gets finished off as well. I think it's the side of Brawlers who are losing one player at a time. I just hope that they know what they're doing, as the circle is going to be shifting more towards the side of Shelter. The high ground advantage towards the side of Shelter is always going to bless you with a little bit of an advantage and a little bit of a chances of you grabbing that winner chicken dinner for yourself. But Team P6 have to watch out for their back, because there's another team trying to approach them, and that's going to be Team BE. Maxi knows the location of the side of Team T6. At the same time, they're also coming in close proximity towards the side of Team GIN as well. So this fight is going to be turning out ugly. It's going to be a 3-way Mexican standoff.
Yeah, could be Team BE. They've moved away from that region. They're still in their vehicles, figuring out a vantage point, a tent, a camping spot for themselves. So far, they haven't really been successful. They've got a nice picnic spot for themselves so far. Rawat on the offense as he takes down one player down. Beautiful 1v1 skills as one player from Do or Die tries to survive this entire ambush that comes his way, and Brawlers being Brawlers, they've completely finished off. The floor is lava inside, and this is not really good for him. Lifecraft on the other side, you can see an artillery burst happening inside that tunnel. Continuous drops coming in as the entry has been smoked off. Not really optimal for Team Not as they figure out a way, an exit strategy out of it. Team Lifecraft, they've completely dominated the entry point. This is how Tom guards a rat hole when Jerry goes inside and just waits for him to come out. As soon as he comes out, he's gonna smack him.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case. What if Tom is having a divided attention? He got more than one mouse to catch, and that is when he gets taken down. Now Liftcraft have to make sure that the black lines are cleared before they're trying to concentrate on teams on the northern side of the hills and also inside the tunnel as well. Now there was one person from the side of Brawlers who just lit himself with the same molly he had put to lurk out enemies. Now let's see how that is going to turn out for them, as Brawlers have got the highest number of finishes so far. 6 is what they've gained, and they have to be a bit more careful from here on. We can see that Crave has also got a very, very good vantage point, a very good corner to hold off towards the side of Shelter. Now, there's only one way for Crave to actually come out of the situation. Try to take down enemies as they walk into their crosshairs, because 1 or 2 knocks against them, we can expect teams to rush in towards them. There is no place for them to run after that, and that is where things can go wrong. Now, with the zone falling in the open fields right now, with most of the teams outside of the circle, let's see how this fight is going to turn out, as the team which takes the hard cover first inside the circle is obviously going to be blessed with that winner chicken now.
There's not really a lot of hard cover inside the circle so far. Have a look at this. Team Crave, who were inside Shelter. Now, Shelter has been completely abandoned by the circle itself. Either they have to come out of Shelter, come into open land and go for those fights, or they have to figure out a way so that they can be inside the circle, but they can be underground. I'm not really sure if that's a possibility for them, but you can see that Team BE, they're certainly on the move with the grey dots and the driving signals on them. Here you've got Profit Esports still trying to go off for a 1v3 shot against this entirety of Team P6. Now have a look at this. Sniper, Shelby, you've got Sexy Kid as well. All 3 of them, in fact 4 of them having different angles. The man was never really going to survive. 13th position is what Profit Esports have got for themselves with 0 finishes. Practically no points from this game so far. On the other side, you've got Kid Frags, who's got another to his name. Most of these teams are still trying to provide themselves some sort of cover to work with. 2 buggies, 1 tree, few smokes here and there. That is exactly what you've got to build for yourselves. In this game, you can't really build cover for yourselves unlike the other games that are out there. But here you've got to use the vehicles, the nature that you've got.
Absolutely, but this is going to be the problem. One good frag coming towards you, one good grenade coming towards you is going to end the story for you, and ultimately that is what happened. When you have more than 20 surviving in the 5th circle, it's important for you not to give your location away, and the best way not to give your location away is trying to put some smokes in front of you and tell the enemies, I'm sleeping right inside it. Now Team P6 gets finished off with 8 finishes for themselves, and Brawlers are the team to put an end for them. Now with this, I would like to say that Brawlers are going to have an upper hand when it comes to finish points, but let's see whether they'll be able to gain much more placement points for themselves, as some grenades are going to be cooked from either side. BTX are pretty much having the only hard cover inside the circle. Now let's see how many of the teams are going to rush in towards them. As we can see, Boro is from one corner, and there's another team from the other corner trying to throw as many throwables as possible inside to take down the enemies and make sure that they get the hard cover for themselves.
Yeah, Borohari in the periphery of this compound that I kind of like to call it a temple, but a lot of people have different names for. You've got Team Unstoppable as well in the vantage point. You've got Team Crave in the backlines. All of them would love to chip in with some finishes for themselves. This is an open ground. This is an open hunting ground. Whenever you seek an opponent, whenever you see an opponent right there in open space, he's gonna get taken down. There's nothing for him to survive. Of course, look at Frenzy. He's been spotted. And Team TUP, that is Unstoppable. They won't stop for sure. Team Brawlers, they're doing one good thing. They're playing from the edge of the circle. They're scavenging every single angle first. They're checking their backlines first, and then they're pressing forward. Artilleries, of course, won't really be of any use. The grenade was very close, but Sangwan, look at this man. They've got a plethora of utility to use in the final circle, and this is what I like. Brawlers, they were very passive in the initial circles, but this is when they start taking the fight against the opposition. What can Team Redemption Crew do to stop this team?
I mean, I don't know what it's going to take for them, because ultimately a good grenade is going to be the answer. Eventually, as Sangwan comes down to his knees, it's important for Brawlers to actually pick up their key player, or else things are going to go from bad to worse for them. It's going to be Dark trying to push in with some smoke, but ultimately Toothless trying to come in, but eventually has to pay the price for being too overconfident against them. It's going to be Shri who's trying to push in as well. They just wanted to eliminate Sangwan out of the equation, which is pretty much not possible for them at this point of time. Brawlers, Rawat did the daring act, went in, saved one of his teammates. Now this could be the beginning of the end for the others as Sangwon, oh no, where we thought that he came up to his feet, also gets finished off. Let's see how that is going to turn out as Brawlers are now down to 2 men with almost 9 finishes in their name.
Certainly not the best of decisions over there. Sangwon was caught in a position where you cannot revive him, especially in open area, especially when you are laden with teams and bullets every single direction. Have a look at this team Unstoppables. They've got 2 Dashias left and right to build them some sort of cover. But look at the minimap. So many dots. It looks like a gems packet as most of these teams prepare for Battle Unstoppables. You've got player number 3 completely scouting in the entire region with the buggy. He's got a good idea, scanning the entire terrain to kind of give himself some sort of a region, gives himself some sort of information where the teams are. Brawlers have been taken out of the picture. Nice nade as Gokul takes a lot of damage, 50% HP for this man. Unstoppables, not really the best of positions, especially with Crave landing in all those nades. Nabil takes down Trouble. How can Team Unstoppable survive this? This is a completely open field, but look at Team Neon. This is good stuff right at the dead center. They can control it, but certainly don't have the terrain, don't have the topography. I love what Crave is doing right now. They've got a good positioning. They have a good vantage point over every single one of the teams.
Nice.
And they can feast upon them. This is picnic for them. This is an open holiday, a vacation where they have been invited and paid for.
Absolutely. Now Crave within the best position they could ever have inside the circle with the high ground advantage. They can pick up as many finishes as possible. Not 1 team or 2 teams. There's going to be more than 3 teams in the crosshairs. If the Assaulter does the right thing, then they're going to first finish off the side of Team Neon and then concentrate on the side of Team TUB. Now, can TUB be a blessing in disguise for the side of Neon, trying to tag off few players of Crave as the zone is going to be pushing them a little more closer inside the circle. Crave bot Slayer still not stopping himself. They are not enough with 4 finishes what they've gamed. They want more. They have another player right in front of their screens, and that's going to be from the side of Team RC behind the stone. They do understand there's a person over there. Livecraft is to their extreme right. Now they have to watch out for Doom from the side of Livecraft, who will be waiting to strike when the iron is on. It's going to be one more team getting taken off with just 1 finish in their name, and that's going to be Neon putting an end for them. Look at this. Bot Slayer is going to be putting up a trail of smoke so that they can push in towards the side of Team Neo. That's going to be Crave doing the best of what they can. But one thing which you have to watch out for is going to be Neon's crosshair trying to come into that corner because they're flat on their belly, which is going to give them an advantage of the recoil, and it's going to be much more easier as the zone is going to be pushing Crave into the circle. And now Crave is getting the taste of their own medicine as they lose 1 more player from their squad.
Absolutely, Team Neon. They're still recovering from this region. They're still recovering from the fight which Team Crave took to them. But here he comes, Bot Slayer. Tried to push up, but they've got a considerable amount of resistance coming in from Team Redemption Crew as the final player falls down to his knees and gets completely wiped off the server as Baby finishes off Team Redemption Crew. And here they have it. The circle has formed on them. But this is a region where the circle completely takes a backshift. Your positioning matters, and that is exactly what is the most important. Unstoppables still have that 1 player, the last remaining hope, who has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. But Team Crave, they're still on the offense. Team Neon is also on the offense. The only difference, they've got an added player. The lava goes in, but here is player number 3. He's been spotted so far, and Baby with their retaliation, nothing so far. But here it is. He gets completely finished off. 2 teams, 4 players are alive. A 2v2 situation with 1 player being taken down. Pardon me for that. It's a 1v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen, with Baby having a lot to do for his team.
I strongly believe that he can do this. All he has to do is have some patience, get a composure, not give away his location, try to play around, try to, put a seed of doubt in the minds of Team Nexon and then try to take advantage of it right now. It's going to be Crave Baby. He's got the right kind of guns as well. All he has to do is take 1 player at a time. He's got a very good hard cover for himself as well. No matter how many throwables Neons are trying to put in towards them, it's not going to be easy for them to find Crave in those throwables. Now Crave Baby, can he do what other teams have done so far? He's put 1 player down. Now Toxic Cap is 1 player who's having an eye on Crave Baby. I don't know why he's not even giving any kind of cover fire so far. He puts another person down if I'm not wrong, or probably he confirms the person who is already gone down. So it's a 1v2 clear situation where Crave has a very good advantage as he's closest to the zone. It's important for him to actually put another player down, and if he does it, it's going to be much more easier. It's going to be another location revealed. Can Crave do this? What do you think, my friend?
I have no clue. I've no clue, to be honest, with this baby.
Oh,
He spotted
nice!
another one. He actually gets him out. What was Toxic Cap doing over there? He had a very nice vantage point, and now he's going to get finished. Team Crave, they are being handed this game on a silver platter. It's Team Neon is just waiting and watching. They put no retaliation whatsoever as Mikey, all those bullet flashes from the AKM is going to give away his position as well. As Crave Baby is just waiting for the opportunity. Sprays in a general direction. Not just as accurate as this man goes in for a 1v3 once again. Another clutch. And this is what you get to see, Arka. Welcome back on the desk of BMOC as we witness another 1v3 clutch to finish off this game of the map of Erangel.
I mean, I would like to say it was as clean as a whistle, you know. He just waited it out. His composure was absolutely well. I know the IGL would have told him the right thing to do. He would have been like, just hold on to it. Let them reveal their location because they have a man advantage. They are not coming up on their feet. And that's the most important thing. When you have man advantage, try to use one person as a bait or try to take all three of you, rush in towards a player. It's going to be easy for you. He's going to come into one of your crosshairs and eventually you're going to take that winner chicken dinner. It looks like, you know, Team Neon just gave the winner chicken dinner into the hands of Crave. All I would like to say is this, that every time you have a man advantage, learn how to play with it. These are the basics, right?
Yeah.
When you are having a man advantage, why wouldn't you want to run towards an enemy with all three of you on your feet?
Absolute throw, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to have a look at the highlights where we're going to see this entire map of Erangel being gifted to the players of Team Crave. Of course, this is a time of festivities and Eid is also coming up. So I guess Team Neon decided to kind of give the opposition certainly not the best gift for yourself. It kind of takes a big chunk away from your qualification to round 3. But anyway, Team Crave is going to take that as Baby is the one who clutches it out. But have a look at most of these fights. Now, I mean, teams were rotating right from the start. They were still looking for those positions. The circle was very off, to be honest. The teams weren't really prepared for it. I'm going to be honest with you. Most of the circles that we have seen in round 2 have been towards the Katka region, have been towards the Georgopol area as well. Now, this circle sort of kind of caught most of these teams off guard, because of which they were completely out in the open. The entirety of the final circle, if you see, it was just players sitting in random areas, proning down, trying to make themselves some sort of cover with their vehicles and all. That is certainly not their general game style, I must tell you.
No, I don't know how much more to speculate on what happened in the final circuit. But before we do that, this is for Team P6, which was looking the strongest until this moment. You know, they had more than 2 to 3 finishes in their name, and they were looking very much strong. Brawlers on the other side were also one of those teams. Rawat trying to take the fight, and then we see one of their players try to get inside. That's going to be Dark. Walks into his own pit, and then from there on, you know, Brawlers started to fall down. Now we all know it all ended bad for them as soon as Sangwa was the person to exit from the lobby. But yeah, looking at the other fights on our screens at this point of time, this is where Livecraft was the team to take everything in their name, but ultimately 1 or 2 players gets taken down, and from here on it was a single man to tell the story for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, for Livecraft, there's a lot of things that they need to work on, especially the rotation. To be honest, being the experienced side, being the big daddy in the server, along with Team Brawlers, I kind of expected a little more from them. Brawlers, once again, miscommunication, wrong calls, especially when you've got Sangwan, who is quite low on HP, has been knocked out in such a vulnerable spot. Why would Rawat go in for the revive? Brawlers should have gone for the chicken at that point, because still being alive with 2 men up, I feel like Brawlers were in a good position had they gone for the correct rotation. But have a look at this now. Team Crave, they've got the high ground. The match was already in their favor, only to be made more difficult, especially when you'll see the push coming in from their side. They'll take the vehicles, they'll rush towards a local rock. They've got Team Neon in their line of sight. They've got Team Neon completely under their control. Redemption Crew was their first form of resistance, where they lost a couple of players here and there, but they finally managed to kind of take them out once again. But this is where Baby sought his final position. He did not move an inch from here on, and Team Neon just did not put up a fight.
Now, this is the whole point, right? Crave actually knew from the beginning the positions of Neons, and that became a big advantage for them. And let's not forget, Unstoppable Top Player 3 was one of the ugly thorns for them. Ultimately, if it had stayed for a little longer, the story could have been different. But this is where everything came to an end, where Baby actually held on to his nerve. He took one player at a time. Look at that. He exactly knew the positions of each and every player. And the last kill the last finish to be specific, the way he took that person out was the most important thing. He took Baby took his time. He went a little forward near the stone. He waited for the opponent to actually go in for that spray from the AKM, and once he understood the sound, once he understood the cue was coming in from that corner, that is when Baby landed the final bullet into his skull, and there it was, Crave picking up that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Now the most important question for me is going to be this: how many finishes have each of these teams attained for themselves? Because I know the position points is not going to vary much in the first 3 positions, but the finish points is actually going to give them a lot of difference.
Exactly, and that is what we are going to check out, ladies and gentlemen, as the point standings are going to come in front of us in any moment. And this is exactly where we're going to sort of decipher which teams are building up that lead. We've already been mentioning the fact that only top 4 proceed to the next round, and here we have it. Cravex, Neon, and the Unstoppables are going to be your first 3. Now, we don't really have that significant difference. There is not a single team who have sort of built up the huge difference right from the top. I kind of am happy for Team Cravex that they've got that 20 bomber right from the start, but that is sort of courtesy to the fact that they've got the chicken dinner, they've got 10 finish points for themselves as well, and good job, they've sort of built up that 7-point lead, but that's not enough to stay at the top 4 and to be comfortable there. I think you need that 30 bomber anytime soon. But what's your take on this, Arka?
See, good job. I mean, first match when you attain a winner chicken dinner with just one man standing, that's going to boost your confidence to do much better in the second game. Now, Neons have also done an amazing job. For me, Unstoppable have done the best of all because 7 finishes what they've got. I think Brawlers were the team which impressed me the most with 9 finishes which they had attained. Much better than on the teams from the second to the 4th position. Now, Borohari was one team which I really thought could actually take the fight towards the side of all the other teams because they were holding a very good spot inside the circle, but still they could attain only 2 finish points with 1 position points. It's important for you to stay alive or else this is going to be a fate. 3 teams going away with nil. That's going to be Prophecy Sports, Team Levitate, and coming soon. I just hope that they wake up and come soon.
They have to wake up and come soon, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at our MVP and who other than Crave X, baby. Of course, with 5 finishes, 3 of them being monumental for Crave getting that chicken dinner to their name. But look at have a look at the damage numbers, 921. I'm pretty sure the lads who are going to accompany him in the top 5 would have something of similar sort as well. You've got Naveel again from Team Crave X. Kudos to Team Crave. 2 of their players are in top 2 with 848 points of damage. Of course, with a new system coming in where damage points are also being preferred alongside the finishes to decipher who's going to be the MVP. You've got Rawat as well with 4 finishes and 730 points of damage. 4 finishes for player 3. You've got Doom for Livecraft Esports as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the match summary to sort of understand what happened exactly, what unfolded exactly on the map of Erangel. 0 vehicle finishes right off the get-go, 7,500 healings. Improvement.
Very much an improvement. That shows that, you know, the initial clashes did allow them, but 5 grenade finishes is something good to see. Ultimately, throwables are getting connected in the final circles, but for me, the ratio which matters the most is the knocks and the finishes. If you have 58 knocks and 52 of them have been converted, you know, into finishes, that shows that, you know, you get down on your knees, you're done for the day. Now, 2 airdrops were looted, which is a good thing to see. Now, Spotlight is going to be the next thing. Squad Spotlight going in towards the side of the Unstoppables. 7 finishes with 1,524 damage with 7 assists as well. That shows that, you know, this team was actually all in with lead to be poured on every single team which came into the crosshairs. Very good job from them. Let's see how they perform in the next game.
Absolutely. We'll have a look at the squad face-off between Brawlers and Team P6. Now, very close in terms of finishes, 9 and 8. But again, the decision making is where it kind of starts to differ. Because, I mean, Brawlers, they are an experienced lineup. P6 again coming in new into the circuit. I wouldn't really mind them having 8 finishes and not really having the top or the podium finish that they would have wanted to get those placement points up. But the fact that brawlers could not make it inside the final circle is a real bummer for me. I feel like for them, communication has to be the key. For them, it has to be the thing that even if you've got 2 players surviving, you've got to make it inside the final circle, because you've got players who are individually capable of clutching it out. You could have been a baby for yourself, the Krivix baby. You could have been someone who could have clutched out the entire scenario. You try and res a fallen teammate, which is good, but in a scenario where you're risking your own life, that's questionable.
See, this is what you have to analyze in that moment. Probably they thought that, we have already put down 1 or 2 players of the opponents, so the third person would be damaged. They'll be going in for a heal rather than trying to push. So this is when we try to counter. They're the aggressive side. We already saw in the face of,
Yeah.
they had more damage than any other team. So due to which they knew that they were the aggressive side. So they wanted to just pick him up as soon as possible. They knew that 7-second window is more than enough for them, but ultimately it was the smoke which they relied on the most. As soon as the smoke got extinguished, that is when they were visible for the crosses of the opponents. Now, the most important question for me in that situation is going to be this: what if not they would have gone for it? Somewhere I feel we all saw that it was Sangwan who was taking the assault. He was the initiator. He was the initiator for the whole of those fights which took place over there.
Yeah.
So it was important for them to pick him up, so that even though if you're picking up your assaulter and you get taken off, it gives a better chances for you to gain more finishes for the team.
Absolutely, especially Sangwan being one of the pillars for the lineup. I feel like they felt, especially for the younger ones, Rawat and others, they felt like it is important to have that pillar, just like you've mentioned in the final fight, but especially with 2 opponents, not just one enemy, but also the play zone coming into the picture. It was certainly difficult and probably a wrong decision as well, but I'm not really gonna crib about it much, because the map of Erangel, it is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen the points table, but we haven't really deciphered on who is the one who is sort of making it to the top 4, as 4 maps are yet to happen, and out of the 16 teams, only 4 are gonna qualify. The requirements is gonna be the same. You need that big chicken for yourself. You need the 30 bomb to sort of feel yourself independent and sort of let yourself loose in the server for 1 or 2 games. But you have to be consistent, especially for Team Crave. The kind of expectations that they have risen, the kind of performance that we've got to see, especially in terms of positioning themselves, their zone prediction and all those things. I feel like this is important for them to keep up the momentum on the map of Miramar, as well as we are preparing for the next map, ladies and gentlemen.
This matchup has already been told to all of us. This is going to be the second map for the day, and it's going to be Salty moving away, taking a break, as we're going to have Fixes back on the desk with us. I mean, the first map, a lot of things for us to chat about, especially the last music to the ears was not the right kind of music to be played with that AKM. Did you feel that, that was an unnecessary spray coming in from the opponent in the final circle?
Oh, 100% it was, right? It was, he knew exactly where he was, just behind the rock. All he had to do was just bait it out, right? What should have been the ideal situation there was wait for the zone to really come in, because what I was observing was he was not there inside the circle. The boys from Kravix just clutching it out, right? So that had to be coming down to how long were you ready to wait, and him just giving away his position there, it sort of became really easy, because he had a lot of cover to play around with, while the boys from Neon were right out in the open.
No, was this a miscalculation of the timing? They thought that the zone is going to be pushing him now. I can see that, the zone has almost touched the rock. Why don't you go in for a spray, so that if he tries to walk out from either of the directions, your cross is already placed? Was it a miscalculation coming in from their side? Or were they overconfident that, we'll strike the fear in the enemy's heart just by putting our bullets over there so that it doesn't come out? What do you think happened in that situation?
It was just him panicking at that point, because, when we went off into the fight, it was a 1v3 situation, right? He got one of those players, it was all fine, there was nothing to really worry about. Then he got the second player, that's where the trouble arose, and you could hear, a lot of backseat calling being given, go for it, he's just one player, and suddenly he just pressed on it. He had, good intentions, though. He wanted to take the player out. It was not miscalculation, it was just that pressure. But I think, again, both these teams are off to a really good start as we head on to Miramar.
Well, one last question because of that fight. Do you think cover fire was more essential when a person was knocked out over there? We saw him, he's trying to take that beat through the stone, and he's trying to put an end for the team, but yet your teammates are not giving any kind of cover fire. Do you think cover fire is the most essential thing when you have more than one player standing for your team?
Oh yeah, it has to be, right? Then again, you've got to question the approach, right? Where Baby really was, he had a very good cover around that rock. But for the players of Neon, they were way out in the open. What they could have possibly done was scatter a bit and then maybe decide, then maybe just push at that one guy from all three possible directions, or maybe just push it from the same direction and make sure that you get those even trades, right? Few of those things could have been done.
But one, for me, the most important thing which I felt was a could have gone in their favor is one smoke coming in from their side.
Maybe they did not have.
Yeah,
any, right?
they did not have. That is how you say you have to maintain your resources well and try to calculate how things are going to turn out. One good smoke in the artillery and they'd put it to block off the vision of Baby and then try to spread themselves around inside the map could have been a much better approach towards the final circle. But all the speculations done. You being a professional player will agree on this point when I say that when the pressure builds up, you won't know what you're doing inside a map.
So if you're talking about the ideal circumstances, one good grenade could have done the job. But hey, what's happened in the past? Let's just bury the hatchet and move on, because again, it is 4 more games to go. It's a good start for Crave and Neon, as well as some other teams also in the fray. But this time, the flight path trajectory Arca is heading all the way from La Cobreria towards Los Higos. Now, this is where my concern arises for the teams dropping off towards that eastern side. They've got to make those important calls. Are they going to change their drop, or are they going to search for vehicles? Are we going to witness any vehicle collisions? Are we going to have fights starting right off the bat? Because in Erangel, we've always seen, things tend to take a lot of time to brew up, right? We get to see those fights around the 3rd or 4th circle. But in Miramar, more often than not, especially in BMOC, we're seeing a lot of teams battling it out amongst each other, even in the drops.
Yeah, see, there is the most important thing. In the map of Miramar, you're gonna have limited spots which has some ample amount of loot for everybody. So they want to get over there, they try to play around in that position, make sure that they have the right kind of inventory from the beginning itself. But for me, the shocker in this map is gonna be this. Nobody is gone towards the side of Los Leones, Impala or Porto that comes up to there. The southern-eastern map of the map is completely abandoned, whereas Chumacera, Prison and Minas are the places where it's gonna be heavy crowded, but they'll have a long journey up ahead because the map, I don't know how to say this, the zone is gone so northern center that it's going to be very, very hard for them. Slowly teams are spreading out. We can expect a team towards the side of Los Leones.
We certainly can, right? There is a high possibility because teams are actually heading towards that direction. Now, a lot of these teams in limited lobbies as such tend to avoid those early drop collisions or tend to avoid these hot spots. But now there you have it. Bot Slayer did have some shooting to do. Few ducks in the air and could have taken them down easily. But right now, Crave completely aware of unwanted neighbors around him. And Danav, that's not a good news for Naveal, as he's going to again switch on to its Uzi. And yeah, it's a fair battle right now, but with no vest, it's starting to look a little scary.
I just hope DOD are not planning this out perfectly, because Danav is going to hold on to his nerve, expect his teammates to come in from another angle, and they're going to push in together. But they have a very, very good hold of the situation itself. Crave has got a very good cover fire coming from far away from the side of Bot Slayer. But Avnish is going to be trying to avoid that mini to be popping up from the corner. Now, let's see how that is going to turn out, as we're going to have a very close battle between two teams. That's going to be Profit Esports trying to take advantage of what they could, and eventually they put a finish in their name. So that's going to be a finish against the side of Borohari Esports coming in. But Profit Esports starting off in a very profitable game. Let's see how much more of those can they, multiply.
At this particular situation, I completely agree with you. I was really starting to ponder if Borohari Esports have the best spot inside the circle, which they did, having the entirety of San Martin to their name. But then again, Profit just being right beside them at Hacienda del Petron, that little bit of a skirmish right along does not work out for them. But look at this, I really felt for a moment that, this was supposed to be Crave's spot, right? This was supposed to be where Crave should have capitalized, but it's just Baby, right? It's just Baby who has that little anonymity for himself to work around with. He's got to make those moves, right? But at the same time, I'm kind of getting a little bit scared because the players of Do or Die, you've got another one of them, on the flanks. Now, if Baby somehow spots Danav or even spots out Avnish or any one of them, gets the knock, but what comes next for them?
Now, this is what one good game of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner can do for your team. Install such good confidence that you're going to be trying to, flank around and try to give that ears and eyes for the team. But ultimately, these two teams are actually wasting a lot of time, according to me. They are trying to go in for this unwanted fight, which is really, really unnecessary at this moment. They don't have any kind of farming done so far. They've just got limited amount of bullets. They've got limited amount of ammunition. They don't have a intact helmet and vest by the end of this fight. I don't know why they're even choosing to go for this. Now, Crybaby on the other side does get tagged off. Eventually chooses to fall back at the wrong time, as Ronnie, the person who was trying to flank around, has done the right kind of damage. Now, DOD Esports is going to be really, really happy with the kind of opening they've got, the opening finish which they've got. A good time for DOD to actually fall back. If they commit to this fight even more further, I don't think so it's going to be helping them in any single way.
This is where the boys from Crave got a little bit complacent, right? They thought they had a good
Oh,
opening,
no.
and this is where things start falling down for them. Even trades from both the sides as it all comes down to Bot Slayer and Ayan. This is where they have to look to retreat, right? They just cannot take this fight head on, because at any single moment, the fallen player is also going to get that revive. As Avnish is now starting to get a little pesky, right? He's now starting to, go for those deeper peaks. He's kind of really committing for it. As Cravix, they have their positions compromised. It's all about the boys from Do or Die. When do they hit in? But like you said, the only silver lining for DOD and Crave over here was they're still inside the circle and in a good position at that. But World seems to have shaken aback for at least Ayan and Bot Slayer, because now they have to somehow keep themselves into the mix, keep themselves alive, because just getting one chicken dinner does not solidify your position in the top 4.
No, I don't think so. They're going to survive this fight. I think Bot Slayer is going to abandon his teammate and try to fall back. It's better he does that and try to play for placement points, or I don't think so it's going to be ending up in a very good way. Now, Dhanav is the person from the beginning trying to grab all the attention of the enemy so that, his teammates can actually do the job. Look at Ronnie, again flanking completely from the right-hand side. He does have a little bit of a pixel of Ayan at this point of time. If Dhanav can actually rush in and give a small opening for the side of Ronnie, I think it's going to be possible. Now a vehicle comes in. It's going to be Balu and Ronnie, both of them trying to coming in from different directions. Now let's see whether Do or Die can actually take the fight towards the face of Cravex. Cravex, with that mature gameplay coming in from the first one, I don't think so it's going to be easy. Now look at what has happened on the other side. It's going to be one man down for the side of DOD as well.
Oh, indeed. But at this certain point, Bot Slayer finally figures out the flank coming in, and DOD still have their player knocked out. Ayan cannot really overcommit in getting that finish done. And at least when, Avnish is keeping an eye on him, as Ronnie from the backline spots him out. And this is where trouble gets even worse, right, for the boys from Crave. Bot Slayer and Ayan, both their positions compromised. Now this is where Avnish has got to make that hard call, right? He's got to get back to it. Dhanav at least try to get that rest back up, but there you have Halu stepping out, getting that knock onto it. Bot Slayer instantly realized that he did not have the best of the weapons, as Ayan finally finding himself out in the open. But one good thing about Ayan is still somehow keeping himself and his team in the mix of things, managing to get 2 important knocks over here, as Balu finally knows he wants to go for it, but with his armor completely damaged, is that the right decision to take? As Ayan, he's the one who's making the ballsy moves over at Balu, has managed to do a decent amount of damage, but not enough, as Balu is going to make sure that he keeps his team alive with 4 finishes to their name.
I mean, what was the necessity for you to show your back when you're trying to push? I really don't understand how that turned out to be so bad for them. They could have just waited it out, They could have got 2 finish points for themselves if they just waited, allow the opponents to do something different. But ultimately, let's see how things are going to turn out, as it's going to be DOD having the final laugh. They got 4 finishes in their name. The fight which was going all against them, this is what composure does to you when you're doing everything right, when you're just following what your IGL has to say and also having the right kind of composure. You're going to be rewarded really well. Now with the circle favoring them, with the kind of loot they're going to attain after this, I think it's going to be a great game for the side of DOD.
Oh, it certainly will be. Right now they've got enough room and space to get their job done, get their groceries, all the requirements that they need. But, what a start to this evening, Arka, with, Crave having a really good spot. It was Do or Die that came in, but we have the boys over here from Redemption Crew, spotting out the players of coming soon, as Mega Man has been exploded with that vehicle just blasting off. But now this is where now they know that where the opponents are. Krunal is trying to make a run for his life, as Exovic is going to be continuing with that spray, would be trying to connect all those bullets. He's doing a decent job at that, but at the same time there's smoke cover fire coming in from coming soon. This clearly shows how the players are starting to panic, and this is where, you know, this is where it sort of starts getting even worse, as Krunal finally out of that rendering distance is going to make it alive, at least for now. But team coming soon, they need to find some vehicles to themselves.
It's going to be easy for them after that, I believe, because they have done the hardest job of trying to escape from the crosshairs of somebody. But on the other side, we have Tuman also, trying to get taken down. It's going to be Redemption Crew concentrating on another team at this point of time, and they're doing a very, very good job regarding that. Baymax has actually done the damage against the side of BTX. Gokul is going to be the person pretty much close to the towards Baymax, who can actually give the right kind of cover fire. I don't know how many players of Redemption Crew are going to commit to this fight, because it's important for them to understand sticking together, all 4 men sticking together, then trying to take a fight is going to be much more easier. They also have a little bit of a traveling to do inside the circle, and hopefully they'll be able to do it safe and sound, because towards the side of San Martin and Graveyard, nobody's there as of now. Early rotations, prioritizing the zone early is going to be rewarding them a lot in the map of Miramar.
Oh yeah, of course, and that is all what these teams are up to, right? Everyone around the peripheries, not a lot of teams playing around the centers, as Team Neon almost just giving the chicken dinner away in the first game of Erangel to the boys of Crave, as now they're taking quite some amount of damage. Now this is what happens when you tend to drop off and head away too far, right? You've got to find your vehicles, you've got to start getting your loot done. But look at Munna, right? He barely has a first aid to work around with, 17 bandages, but this is where Neon need to understand they have to make a move inside the circle.
I don't know whether this was the right thing coming in from the side of Neon, because they're being too overconfident and trying to fight the zone. Now we have been seeing from the beginning, if they had learned the pattern in which the games have come in so far, you better not challenge the blue zone in the map of Miramar. No matter how close you are to the circle, you'll still be so far away that you're going to be losing you're going to be losing one player at a time. Now Saw versus TUB happening somewhere far away. We have to see what is going to be the outcome of that, as a small bunch of teams are going to be forming up towards the southern side of water treatment, where there's a little bit of a high ground as well. Now which team is going to take advantage of that, as a close range fight is going to be happening over here. Brawls have found CS at this point of time. Mythgod has got taken down. Kunal is trying to push in. Ranger Star on the other side wants to boost up as the zone is going to be coming in. Sangba on the other side is cooking up a very good molly. If this lands perfectly, it's going to be a very good opening for them. But Ranger Star does understand where is Sangba. He puts up a grenade over there. Doesn't connect it much. Now it's important for Sangwa to do what best he does with that experience gain on his side. He's done the damage. He's trying to push in as quickly as possible. Now he's going to be facing the music as he puts his back towards the enemies. He's got taken down. He's going to be finished off as well. Not the right kind of start for Brawlers, as they lose the key player. What was Sangwan doing? Why wasn't he told there are enemies behind the vehicle?
But we're going to talk about that a little bit later, as Team Lifecraft find themselves in a little bit of a situation against Team Not, with Doom already getting knocked out. Now Ninja Boy stuck between a rock and a hard place. Mahi is praying at his direction, and this is where things get really bad for them, but somehow they've managed to survive as Ninja Boy. He is doing it for his team, as backup really arrives. As Clowny will also be stepping in. Darko not at the best of positions as Lifecraft. I do not know how they did it, but somehow surviving by the skin of their teeth. Ninja Boy has got to be the MVP for this fight, as Darko all by his lonesome. He's going to survive. He's going to do it all, as now the boys from Lifecraft, they back down a little bit.
Oh, nice!
All those
I
grenades,
love that.
as Ninja Boy is going to be abolishing the entire squad of Not Butchers, who are eliminated at the 14th position.
I don't know. I love that strategy coming in, 2 grenades going in from either side behind the rock, not giving any space for the opponent to eventually, run away from that position, and that is how you take down an enemy behind the rock. Now, I loved it. every inch of that strategy was perfectly executed. Now let's see how that things are going to turn out, as Livecraft is going to be very, very happy with that performance. The confident boost of 4 finishes already within their grasp is going to allow them to perform much, much better. Now on the other side, we can see that it's going to be Team Saw, who named themselves to be Team T60 or something, Team P6. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Team P6 is in close proximity towards the side of Levitate. Now Levitate have to think above the box, you know, try to make sure that they have the right kind of opening, or else they're going to get taken down yet again, like how they got taken down in the previous game. This is not their fight to take, but ultimately, in case one player gets taken down, especially Night Nub, the person pretty much in the open. This is what I was speaking about. Max Payne lands it perfectly, and that is going to be the first man probably getting out of the, getting finished off from his side, and no backup coming in from the other side. There's a grenade being cooked over here. Not the right kind of grenade is what I would like to say, even though it was thrown properly but not timed perfectly. Sexy Kid P6 is going to be pushing up as quickly as possible, as he knows the location of the person cooking up the grenade. Let's see whether this is going to be the beginning of the end for the left side of Levitation, as most of their positions have been compromised because of the lack of precision of their spray.
Oh, we've got to certainly see that. Sexy Kid tossing that grenade up.
Oh, nice.
Takes some hefty amount of damage over there. But at the same point, you've got the players of P6 having this compound to their control, as the boys from Levitate, they're going to be deciding to back off. No. Shelby, he's going to be connecting a few shots over there, but not enough, as Keep, he's going to be just backing off. As somehow P6, they did a substantial amount of damage, managed to fend off LVT from the compound that they were holding on to. But the worst part is that now Levitate are sort of taken away from the vehicles that they've had, and it's so difficult to find it at this particular moment. Still somehow playing around the edges, but they have to make sure that they're going to start making some quick movements while the zone sort of shifts away from them, as Clowny gets himself again on the boards, as he's managed to find a few knocks. And these are the fights that are still happening around the edges, as Mikey from Team Neon is also going to be biting the dust.
Crave X is out of the lobby. Can you believe that the team which was looking so strong previously now seems to be the team you cannot rely on? And we did see that fight where they got eliminated, but still, that's still a shocker for me. Now DOD coming in from the other side. He's going to be finding Levitate on the other corner. He's going to be running, getting taken down. Not the right kind of backup, to be specific. Now DOD, E-Star, esports have to look out for one thing over here. The height disadvantage they're holding. Levitate have a very, very good chance of taking this fight towards themselves. A smoke being thrown off by the side of Kalpesh. Now I don't know how much of a cover that's going to give them, as they're going to be sandwiched between two teams. Team Levitate as the patty in the sandwich. Will they give the right kind of taste? And which team is going to be getting the taste of this team is going to be important.
Now this is where, P6 are going to be looking to chime in inside this particular battle, as Keep is prone down, but at the same time, he just cannot reveal a lot out of himself. As Kalpesh coming out in the open, Sniper is going to be peppering a few bullets out from his mini 15, but clearly does not connect though, as still he's going to continue just tapping through that little smoke out there, as after it dissipates, maybe someone's going to make any move, as Brawlers also make themselves make their presence felt.
No.
As there you have yet another team coming into the mix, and this is where Team Profit are going to be looking out for getting some profit out of this particular situation.
No.
As Sid, he's been spotted right out in the open, gets taken down by Ronnie, as the fight has already begun, as the other players have also found themselves in a little bit of a situation, as Abnish is going to be spraying around with his arm.
Oh, nice, Fury!
Gets taken down to the grenade courtesy of Fury.
I love the way he timed the grenade. He actually knew exactly where to throw. He was just jiggling around, not getting taken down by anybody, and ultimately did the job. Now we have to see how Profit is going to be cashing this game in, because ultimately one player down on his feet is going to be a pretty much of a hard situation for them. On the top is going to be another team. Now Team Levitate has got a lot of blessings in this game. It was one team they escaped. The second team also they were able to escape. The third team is kind of crashed in, amongst which they were able to get 2 finishes for themselves after losing 2 players. Now Profit Esports do understand that this is the fight for them to achieve. They've got 4 finishes so far. Do or Die Esports finally gets eliminated, all thanks to the courtesy of Profit Esports at this point of time. They do understand there's another team on the northern side of this hill, you know. They want to push in towards them. Kalpesh is down on his knees, hoping that, you know, his teammate is going to come in and give him a small revival, which is pretty much possible in case, you know, Keep tries to push in a little bit towards him and does touch him at the right time. Now, Liftcraft is also coming in from the other corner. We have to see, as this mountain is turning out to be probably a graveyard in itself, but this mountain is something else to be called.
You know, this is where P6 find themselves in a really good spot, right? They've got the best map control over here, and this is where, you know, they have to sort of ensure that they're keeping other teams at bay. But it's going to be a little bit difficult for them considering the amount of riches that they have to play around with. So they've got to take every single movement carefully. Or what I would really suggest is just hold down, stick together, wait for all these teams to fight it out amongst themselves. And when you find a mark, that is where you start, you know, getting all those finishes from positions where, you know, eventually you're going to find those knock players out. You're going to try and steal a few finishes out there, as we can see Borohari Esports finally getting themselves into the mix, as they have the players over here right in front of them. Off team frags, as a few grenades are going to be coming out open, as Black, he's getting shot from the backlines, but make sure that he gets into cover with nothing to be lost from his side.
Redemption Crew is going to be the next team to be eliminated to the courtesy of Team T6 yet again. There's a push coming in against the side of Team Levitate. Let's see whether they'll be able to, you know, survive this fight. In case they do, then it's going to be much more easier for them to pick up some finishes for themselves. It's going to be Kalpesh yet again being that punching bag, due to which, you know, it's not going to be easy for Keep to control the complete squad of Profit Esports pushing in towards them. I do understand that, you know, they've got Coffee on his feet. It's going to be easy for them to pick him up, as there is not going to be much praise towards them. Borohari on the other corners, they also have to be very careful. But one question to the audience and to my co-caster at this point of time: so I've completely taken this terrain right to the center of the map. Is it the right thing to do for them at this point of time?
Oh, 100%. You know, there's no denying that they've got the best spot, but right now Griffin is going in with the push, gets that final finish over there, as Borohari Esports will be getting the better out of Frags Official, who are eliminated with just 4 finishes to their name. Now, Borohari Esports did not have the best start of the game, had the first blood being drawn out of their own player, as now Lifecraft have their eyes on the players of Borohari, as Clowny did spot them out, you know, peppered a few bullets at the direction, did some substantial amount of damage, but from here onwards, Griffin and Rito, they need to get themselves out of that position, and which I believe they are successful as of now, because Lifecraft, they have to also be wary of their surroundings. But Clowny, he wants to take heat right at their faces, spots out Rito, will be trying to lob that grenade into perfection, can certainly make its mark, but does damage though, not enough to knock him down.
Now, he did leave a little bit of a mark, that's for sure. Now, let's see how much can Doom do or continue the rampage against them. Now, we have to see how Liftcraft is going to turn these things around, because they have a huge advantage of the circle itself, because one player from their team is actually inside the circle, knows all the information. It's going to be Borohari trying to take more than one fight, and this divided attention can actually bring a lot of problems for them. Max Payne on the other side is the person to get taken down. I just hope that, you know, that team actually knows what they're doing. That's going to be the side of Team Raw, if I'm not wrong. They call themselves to be fraggers. Probably they call themselves to be Profit Esports or PE. I'm getting confused.
You know,
please rename.
It's P6. It is P6. Now, I've kind of made it in habit because, you know, after their name, they've got their team's name. So I'm going to refer to that over here. But for Brawlers, you know, they're going to make a steep climb as they spot out the players of Borohari Esports with their pants down, with their backs to the enemies, as Iconic is going to make sure that he gets into a good position before he opens fire at the entire squad. Needs a few little more information to work around with, as Borohari Esports, they're going to start getting sandwiched, as Brawlers are starting to rain down lead all from every possible direction, with Lifecraft also from the other side, as they are caught between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to run and hide. This is where Brawlers, they're going to be pushing in to get those finishes, but this is going to be the players of Lifecraft and Dark combined who sort of wipe out the players of Borohari Esports, as Brawlers, they've gotten 9 finishes to their name, with Lifecraft 6 to their name, and this is going to be a really interesting fight.
I mean, I love what Brawlers did over here. They put up smokes immediately to block off the vision coming in from the other angle so that, they'll have time to regroup. They'll have time to, loot all the bodies which have fallen in front of them. Now Brawlers have to be very, very careful as Liftcraft Ninja Boy's grenade gets connected, and it's quick thinking coming in from the side of Dark to eventually, go in for a revival. And now Ninja Boy also knows the location.
Ooh.
It's exchange of blows on either side. The team which is going to be coming out successful over here can be the team to attain a winner chicken dinner for themselves. Liftcraft have got 3 men in front of them. Brawlers has also got 3 men in front of them. It's Iconic again down to his feet. Now it's going to be a very different situation. It's turned out to be a 2v4 situation as Liftcraft have got a very good advantage of man advantage, and where they can actually push in and end the thing, end the streak for the side of Brawls. I don't know why they're not pushing it at this point of time, but ultimately we have to see, are they scared or are they strategizing well?
They do not know that. They've got Brawlers right in front of them, not overstepping. They understand the gravity of the situation. They need to make sure that they do not die down early. They need to ensure they get the chicken
the
dinner as
zone.
Doom finally gets caught off guard by the other players of Profit Esports. Now this is where Brawl look to capitalize, but Beast having that perfect flank angle as Dark, he's going to be burning. Somehow still inside the flames, gets wiped out as Brawlers will be taking an exit from the lobby as Lifecraft. They're going to be increasing their finish numbers over here as they have already made it to the 8 point mark. As Beast, what on earth was he up to as Coffee is going to get the better out of him. Still out in the open though, takes damage from elsewhere as Ninja Boy has to come out of his cover from that right inside as Coffee, showing his backs to the enemy, gets taken down.
I mean, not the right kind of gameplay coming in from their side. This is what I keep speaking about. When you have the advantage, when you have done the initial knock against the team, why do you have to show your back towards them? Why can't you hold off to allow them to make another mistake? Because you already struck fear in their heart. Now Profit Esports is going to be that one team which has a very, very good advantage over here to end the spree for the side of Liftcraft. If they allow them to survive a little more better, then I think that, Liftcraft is going to be crafting all the winner chicken dinner for themselves in this map. Now, so from the other corner, that's going to be Team P6. They have very good advantage. Look at the amount of smokes they put around to make sure that, the attention is not towards them. Liftcraft on the other side is coming from a corner where they can tag out the side of Team PE. Let's see which team is going to take this home as things are going to get much more intensified. It's a 4v4v3 situation against the side of Profit Esports, but with the position they're holding, I believe that it's going to be possible for them to pull this off.
It certainly can. A Mexican standoff right in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Fury's tail firing a few bullets at Doom over here. Clowny on that little bit of a flank, on the lookout for the players of Profit Esports to find themselves in a little bit of a dicey situation. It's all about the first player getting that knock, right? It's a 4v4v3 from what we can really see as Lifecraft. They have a really good spot inside the circle. Clowny still proning and just making sure he has a good position to himself, but this little grenade from Shelby has potential to do some massive amount of damage. Gives the opening what P6 exactly needed at this point as Ninja Boy, he's not going to waste any time, rather goes in to stake that res.
Now Shelby on the other side is going to be pushing as quickly as possible. Let's see whether that's the right thing for him to do. He's already done the damage against another player. Ninja Boy is the man which has the maximum number of health for himself. Eventually he also gets taken down. Shelby doing everything right, showing his back yet again. The same mistake. The basics are not being bet by Team P6. Every now and then they do the same mistake. Sexy Kid is going to be the next man trying to show his back. Divided attention is not something which you would want to have. P6 at this point of time trying to push in. They know that the higher end is on, and this is the time for them to strike. It's going to be Beast on the other corner. Shows his back this time. Even though his teammate is getting taken down, he's not going to stop himself, but rather jump shot coming in. Misses it out completely. That's going to be a gift towards the side of Liftcraft Beast. He's going to be waiting to dominate much more as they've got 10 finishes for themselves. Let's see which team is going to take it home as it's become a 3v3v3 situation with one man down in each of these flavor.
Look at Max Payne right out in the open, making the worst decision of his life. Can certainly get punished by Beast, but instantly sort of backing off as Sexy Kid gets caught off guard. No, he does not. Instead, gets a few knocks, but there comes the trade in as Profit Esports are also going to be trying to head inside the battle as two of their players have already fallen down. This is the perfect opportunity for the players of Lifecraft to start and capitalize, but they're sort of, however, kind of hindering themselves from doing the same as Clowny. He's going to be confirming a few finishes to his name as Max Payne and Shelby, both these players somehow are back alive, back on their feet as they now have decided to go after the players of Profit Esports, as Beast is going to be unleashing all that lead into the heart of his enemies over here, as Lifecraft are so confused who to really go after.
I mean, Livecraft has actually, got everything set for themselves. They put up a smoke to block the enemy's vision, and that's a very good start for them, as Doom and Beast is going to be pushing in. They've already done the damage. They know the initials have already been started off. Beast pushes in. He knows the location. He's going to be waiting for a right kind of backup. Doom and Beast, both of them go in. Beast is going to be the punching bag. Doom does put one player down. Fury also gets down on his knees. Now it's going to be Doom, which has to do a 1v3 at this point of time. Is it possible? Yes, it is. And finally gets 3 finishes in his name. It's going to be a conversion coming in from the other side. Pieces is going to be pushing as much as possible. Doom is trying to do his best. He finds one player in crosshairs. Oh my goodness. In the final moments, we were able to see that it's the patience of the other team which paid off. B6 get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. What a game it was.
Oh, look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, P6, Lifecraft, Profit Esports bringing in the heat into round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, in fact, in Miramar. It got so chaotic. And eventually the one who was the most patient did come out as the victors, but nothing really taken away from Lifecraft, right? Considering the situation they were in, considering how they held on to the pushes that were coming their way. For a moment, I really thought that maybe P6 is going to somehow falter down to their mistakes, you know. But the worst part was they were not getting punished. Lifecraft trying to play it a little bit safe, but as we take a look at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, they've done such a good job, right? Maintaining the top 6 in the first game, getting a good first position in the second. I think now they find themselves in a mix of being in the top 4.
I mean, I just loved every bit of that game, where we really thought that Team P6 were doing mistakes after mistakes, trying to show their back to their enemies, somehow getting 15 position points for themselves with 9 finishes, a decent takeoff for them for sure. But on the other side, we have to look at Profit Esports, I really thought that they'll do much better with 10 finishes coming in from their side, but the bottoms of the table is some teams to be concerned, not Butchers. Coming soon, I really thought that, after the first game, they couldn't do anything much. They'll be performing much better. They've just got 1 point for themselves. That's finish point. Unstoppable with just 2 points. Neon with 2 points. And Team TM on the other side, I really expected them to do much better as well. Redemption Crew and Team Levitate better wake up, or I don't think so. It's going to be a good run for you guys.
I'm rather surprised how Kravix performed this game, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later as we take a look at the MVP. Look at the damage numbers on him. 1,000 points of damage, but just 4 finishes. Clearly lacked conviction, but it is alright. It is something that Profit Esports can live with, right? What I loved about them is how they figured out where the circle was spanning around, and this was a really weird Miramar, right? We had so many teams around the peripheries, not a lot of the teams inside the circle. Everyone sort of trying to get in, and the circle sort of shifting up top onto that water treatment area, going even beyond that. But we talk about that a little bit later. We'll look at the top 5 players, as we have Beast. He certainly made a lot of noise inside the circle.
Exactly. The final moments was all him trying to, give the right kind of a push. Now we have to see he's got 3 finishes. Then we have Sexy Kid coming in. This was the man who actually stood out for the team when the team needed the most. Now he's got 3 finishes for himself as well. Dome on the other side. Expected to see 3 players from the side of Liftcraft coming in over here. 5, 4 and 1 more finishes. So a very good job coming in from there. So the match summary is going to be a very different story altogether, with the zone challenging each and every team coming from late into the circle. 12,795 healings. Nothing shocked.
Yeah, I mean, this is usual Miramar stuff, right? Nothing out of the ordinary, but that 378 meters of knock by the boys from Redemption Crew, that was nuts. But as we take a look at the FT craft, you can see all those skyscrapers, right? We are seeing Lifecraft 3,000 plus points of damage. Now that is insane.
And for the first time. Yeah, and they've got 3,000 finishes with 3,000 damage with 14 finishes, my bad. And then we have, Team PE coming in, 2,201 damage with 10 finishes for themselves. Now there's a difference. There's some two teams which I want to talk about. I know you're going to be happy discussing this with me. One, we have team Saw, and the other one we have Brawlers. Both of them have got 9 finishes. What do you have to say the difference in damage? 2,400 and 1,500. Would you rather explain more about what kind of gameplay both of these teams were having?
Yeah, of course. For P6, it was all about holding on to the center, but for the Brawlers, they had to play around the edges. They went off into a little bit of a battle as we take a look at the squad face-off over here, and this is where we can talk more about it, right? P6, they were kind of maintaining that circle. They kind of had that little bit of a spread also from their side because they knew they had the majority of the map control. But for Brawlers, it was all about, they dropped all the way down towards that southern island around Los Higos, then rotated, and then they had to engage in a fight, out of which they had an early loss in the form of Sangwon, which was not really called for, but that was it, right? Two different styles of play, but still both of them got equal amount of finishes. As we head on, ladies and gentlemen, to a squad spotlight where we've got the boys from Profit Esports, again 10 finishes. They were the opportunistic bunch. We saw a lot of trifecta fights engaging right on, and this is where they were starting to capitalize on teams being in bad position, got a few finishes of their name, and did manage to make themselves in that top 3, and that's an achievement in itself.
I completely agree on that point. In a three-way Mexican standoff, the one which holds composure and patience will always be blessed with a very good finish. Now we can see that winner chicken dinner coming in for this team. A boost in confidence for sure for the next game. It's going to be the map of Sanhok.
Right.
It was like there was a mini Sanhok going on in the final circle. Everybody were close to one another, but yet so far, because of the terrain being like that, I just hope in the map of Sanhok also we can find something like this. But before we discuss more about the next upcoming map, let's look at the highlights and see how things panned out, as it started off over here where the first the initial or the first finish was taken by the side of Profit Esports.
Yeah, they did manage to draw first blood, right? But after that, I really felt I was having some positive vibes being radiated out from the boys of Borohari, which was sort of not replicated. But this is one of the huge blunders that was caused by the players of Kravix, right? Now, after getting a chicken dinner, you start to feel high in might. This lobby is easy. I've clutched it out. They went in a little bit greedy, went after the players of Do or Die Esports, and they had to pay a hefty price because understanding the fact that they were already well situated at Valdemar, and still somehow trying to come out right in the open with giving away your position, giving away the compounds that you had to the players of Do or Die Esports. They kind of dug their own graves, and this is where I do not know what Sangwon was really thinking of just blindly rushing like that. And of course, the boys from Coming Soon, they clearly saw that they're going to be falling down, they're going to get eliminated, might as well collect any finish points. They went salty with that.
Very good thinking as well, before you go down, at least take a person with you so that one finish point is more than enough. That 1 point can actually give you a fighting chance in the overall points table. Now, this is where things started to turn something way different than we expected it to be. A beautiful grenade coming in from either sides, not allowing Not Butchers to even flinch and eventually get finished off. Now, this grenade which we speak about from the side of Team P6, you know that your location has been compromised.
Yeah.
Yet why do you stick on to the same position?
No, this is where I really felt that P6 started to get control over the game, right?
Exactly.
That little one push just thwarting Team Levitate off from their territory. This is where I really felt that yes, P6 could be the potential contenders of getting this chicken dinner, which eventually happened as the circle went by.
That's what we say, once you start to build confidence in a map, just especially in a map of Miramar, it's important for you to learn the topography. And once you learn the topography well, once you've stayed inside a place for a really long time, you can eradicate anybody who's trying to enter your territory. And that is what they actually did. They held on to their nerve. They understood where to hide. They understood where to strike. And ultimately, they were rewarded with the best of the results. Now over here, Team Levitate, which had advantage of it before, it's just that they had an element of doubt in their mind, which they had to pay a heavy price for it.
Oh, they had to, right? A few of the teams. But again, I'm kind of really happy with how this lobby has been going. The first game we get to see a clutch. The second game, we have 3 teams just going after each other. Possibly just could be the best day, ladies and gentlemen, of round 2 we've had so far. So much competitive, signs being shown by all these teams out here. And Livecraft, the way they held on to their guts over there, not really overextending. For a second, I really thought that this chicken dinner could have been theirs had they just pushed over, right? There was a point when B6 had just one player surviving, where even Profit had just one player surviving. All they had to do was just take that ballsy move, take that bold move and play. But I can clearly understand what is going in their minds, right? They want to make sure they get, they be as safe as possible. They were rooting for that chicken dinner, but still, these sort of mistakes are something you are not supposed to commit, especially in the final phases of the circle.
Now, there's a big question for you which keeps arising in my mind. Why do players show their back against the enemy? Is it that, they feel that, they're not going to fire at me because he's on reload and I have a distance to cover by then? Or is it just that, if I fall back, my teammate is going to be there just to give me the right kind of cover fire?
It's always better to, try and reposition yourself. You can see that in this particular moment it happened, right? The player wanted to just get back, reposition, and in that moment showed his backs, because you just cannot draw yourself back. That would be a rather more slower movement, right? So they wanted to make those quick maneuvers, which clearly did not work out. Wanted to be very fast and agile, and that was not the case. Now this was that moment, where I really felt that maybe the boys from Livecraft are going to be going with the push. They could have done this earlier, right? And eventually they did manage to get a few finishes, but that is where B6 realized the gravity of the situation somehow. However, Doom did all he could, managed to get that one knock, but he literally ran out of his magazine over there, had to go for that reload, was somehow just jiggling and jangling around, did not quite work his way, but eventually...
He had a little bit of a damage of the zone.
He barely, he was just surviving with a sliver of HP, did not have much to play around with, but still, nonetheless, a really good game for Livecraft, exactly what they wanted. Now, if we talk about the consistent teams, we've seen the first game, the teams that were on top. This time, they were right at the very bottom. And the teams that were somewhere in the middle of things, they got themselves that top spot. They got themselves into the mix. Brawlers, despite getting eliminated early on, quite had a lot of finishes to their name. So they're sort of going to be enjoying the fruits over there for themselves as well. But in Sanhok, I believe it's going to all change.
Yeah, but the most important thing for us to observe is this. When you're trying to be very aggressive in the first map and things don't work out, you immediately change your strategy. You go to plan B. You try to be a little defensive. And that is how the teams which are in the middle bracket slowly could climb up the ladder and go to the top bracket. And that's a very good thing to see. Now, the question comes in over here. What do you have to speak about Doom? At one point of time when he clutched it 1v3 at a most crucial point, do you think the other teammates, his teammates, could have done a better job trying to come in from another angle? Or do you feel that, they were also pretty much giving the right kind of damage, which allowed him to go for a 1v3? He also was getting a little bit of a damage because of the zone, because his jiggling was way outside this blue zone and then trying to come in between. So what do you have to tell about this situation?
See, I really loved how Livecraft approached this one, right? They knew that, trying to spread around in those final few circles is not going to work out in a lobby like this. Right? When you have teams absolutely everywhere around the map, it's always better to push together, because how it helps you is you get those quick reses, right? Even you've seen in that little situation where Brawlers went into a fight with Livecraft, per se, in that particular moment, even once the player got knocked out, instantly the revives used to go, the trades used to come from the backlines. I particularly felt, from Livecraft, Beast was my MVP in this particular game. Nothing taken away from Doom, though. That last clutch against Profit Esports, that was so instrumental for his teams collecting a few more finishes. But again, Beast providing those sort of cover fires every single time. Teams were even trying to jump over him, trying to take him down from up above, and still he was there to face it off. He was making sure he bought enough time for his players to get back up, and this is something that Livecraft could not have afforded had they had that really huge split.
No, completely agreed on each and every point you pointed over there, but especially that jump shot which came in over there and completely missed time. Timing is everything in the final circle, but as of now, it's time for me to exit from the desk, as it's gonna be, Salty coming back on the desk. I just hope you guys enjoy this, right?
Oh, we certainly are gonna be, right? And even on with you watching from the sidelines and Salty coming to the mix, perfect time to get a Salty person inside the casting desk over here, because right now, Salty, this little game of Miramar, it literally blew my minds off, right? I got my brain cells fried up with so much action happening. But now, heading into Sanhok, what are you expecting? What are you hoping? Are you hoping for a rather slower game, or do you think it's going to be action right from the start?
Why is my name Salty? Why would I hope for a slower game, Fixes? I think you've got me wrong over there. We've been living together for probably like 2 weeks now.
You know, living together, I still would want to keep my distance, right? I mean, I like my privacy.
We don't share rooms.
Yeah, we do not share rooms, if you want to know that. But yeah, I think, so with what really happened in Miramar, it was fights right from the start.
Yeah.
In Erangel, it was a kind of a rather slow start. So venturing into Sanhok, we're sort of getting into the unknown of still hoping for what we are going to hope or get. But which circle do you want to see this time?
Yeah, possibly. See, there's been differences. We have seen circles towards Hatin as well. Yesterday we saw a different circle towards the right-hand side of the map itself. I'm probably looking at something toward the south. Let's cover the entirety of the map in BMOC. Let's go explore, become Dora the Explorer on the map of Sanhok. Probably somewhere towards Sami, Camp Charlie. Let's go extreme south, and let's see if the teams do want to use the boat once again.
I like your idea of becoming Dora the Explorer. And now, which vehicle do you want to use in Sanhok? I mean, would you want to take that scooter, or do you want to take that tuk-tuk over there? You know, either ways, you're just going to get blasted off. Or maybe go for a rotation like all these teams do.
I'm going to ride on top of a reptile that crawls on the grasses. That's better. That's a better mode of transportation. Much
Sort
safer.
of one with the nature and survive.
Yeah, that's a much better form of transportation, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find them, for sure, get over them. In fact, you know, you've been talking about snakes, you've been talking about reptiles. We certainly have a very infamous one, and it's going to be Sangwan. And he's been making a couple of mistakes over there. We did see in Miramar, just had his eyes on a blindfold, just rushing like a madman, completely oblivious about two players right beside him, and then just getting shredded off, instantly wiped. But yeah, I think even for teams like Brawlers, they've had a really good start into this game. And if you remember round number 1 where we had Brawlers come in, I think it was a 15 finish chicken dinner for these guys, and they ended it up with a pan. So this is where, you know, you sort of privy to expecting really bigger things from Team Brawlers in this one. Maybe possibly get a chicken dinner and start turning things around. As ladies and gentlemen, I believe just when the flight path trajectory was headed towards Camp Alpha, just when we begun, there a plethora of teams just dropping right off the bat.
Yeah, of course, we know that flight path doesn't really play a very big role on the map of Sanhok. The players are like, alright man, screw you, I'm just gonna take a jump.
Oh yeah, and that is exactly what they have opted for. But what I'm really going to be interested in is, where is the circle going to perform? Are we going to have some boot camp skirmishes? But we do have the players of BTX headed over towards the Paradise Resort. We do have a little bit of a fight, maybe brewing up around Kao and Tatmok, with Team DOD heading over towards boot camp. As it's an eastern circle, could be heading towards Ban, could be somewhere around the peripheries of Quarry.
I think it's a pattern once again that we get to see, right? First round, we got to see most of the circles towards Hatin and Camp Bravo. Here, we have seen most of the eastern circles as well. And right as we speak, you've got Team Brawlers very close towards BE. It's not the entirety of Brawlers. It's just Dark who has dropped in those couple of compounds, or rather couple of huts that there are, and he's instantly called for backup. Iconic is chasing in, he's running in support for his teammate, of course, but Team E, they seem to be unhindered. They're not really interested in building up something so far. I feel like it's important. It's important for both the Dark and the entirety of Brawlers to kind of fall back, because we know they generally love a slower start. Even in the overarching storyline, they've had a slower start to the day as well. Being consistent, being towards that mid-table, they still need that big chicken to kind of get themselves up, topple themselves up, and make themselves a consistent spot inside the top 4.
Yeah, but this time, they've opted for a different drop location,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, right? Last time, if I correctly remember, they headed down completely down south, this time towards that very eastern coast. And I'm starting to wonder if it was the right decision to make, as we can see the players of Lifecraft caught right out in the open with Doom, nowhere to run and hide. And this is where Reptiles really did come into play, as Ninja Boy. He's in such a bad situation, but still has managed to get a trade off, as not Butchers. In fact, Rashesh is going to be heading inside the compound, try to get that important res back up, and now this could be a living respite for Doom at least.
Exactly. At least for Team Not, they can get their player back up. Even for Team Lifecraft as well, they kind of buy that time to get their player back up. But look at this, who is on the flank. Mahi as well as his teammate. They're both on the run to try and grab them like a boa constrictor, trying to encapsulate them like a sandwich, but instantly falls back. I think he's got a good vantage point. He's got a good line of sight, and he's just preparing for the right time. Timing is going to be very accurate if they want to get both those finishes. But so far, I'm very surprised that Ninja Boy did not really go for the attempt.
Look at Mahi. Players of Lifecraft completely unaware of all these movements being made, and Ninja Boy, he's going to be helpless. But elsewhere, we've got the players of Brawlers trying to go and commit with the push at Maxi. He's just going to back off and make sure that he has the players of Brawlers not reaching out for him, as Rawat elsewhere getting aggressive, as managed to get that knock and finish, will instantly have to patch himself up.
This is their general playstyle. They love to do this. Elsewhere, Doom, his finish has been confirmed, but I'm still interested in what Not Butchers really want to do over there. They have completely encapsulated, I believe, the final player of Lifecraft. Not the final player, the last player who was there. Someone, though, has been taken down once again. This poor guy. This is definitely not the ideal start that Brawlers were looking for, but Justin finds himself one easy finish, finds one player out in the open, finishes him off. Now, Brawlers, again, I've said this, they need to fall back, they need to regroup, and just have themselves that right kind of start, because this is not where they can mess up. They really need to progress if they want to appease their fans out there.
This is a prolonged fight right now, and I can particularly
There was there. Someone, though, has been taken down once again. This poor guy. This is definitely not the ideal start that Brawlers were looking for, but Justin finds himself one easy finish, finds one player out in the open, finishes him off. Now, Brawlers, again, I've said this, they need to fall back, they need to regroup, and just have themselves that right kind of start, because this is not where they can mess up. They really need to progress if they want to appease their fans out there.
This is a prolonged fight right now, and I can particularly see the boys, at least I think it's going to be the boys from Creed, who I believe joining the fray. So as long as they keep on firing bullets, someone's going to get taken down. And just as while I was speaking, there you go, Justin getting wiped out from the face of the earth, as boys from Crave, now they're really angry with what has been happening so far with them. They've been trying, the second game of Miramar was an absolute disaster, but now they're going to be picking up on the lost pieces. And this is where Brawlers, I mean, right from the game starting, it's already been 5 minutes, as Iconic just dashes into the compound, gets knocked out, but Rawat making sure gets that trade, as he's been the unsung hero for this team.
Absolutely. He's been the player who always supports, also leads them from the front, kind of delivering at multiple frontiers, where this is nowhere where they can sort of have a sigh of relief, because they've already spotted Team Crave in the backdrop. It kind of is very important how they make this maneuver. Are they interested in the fight against Brawlers, or are they going to pick up the pieces? Because Team BE is nowhere in the picture right now. They've been eliminated. 2 players have been eliminated. The players who are still alive, they're quite far away, and they would rather be a spectator and be an audience instead of kind of be a participant in this one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Atul is like, you guys fight it out. I have no monkey business in this one at the very least. As Naveel, the good thing about Cravex is they've got their loot done. Now, they're trying to engulf the players of Brawlers like an amoeba, as they're kind of spreading around, or they're kind of moving together. Now, this is what I really like from what Team Crave is doing, right? Sticking together in Sanhok is so instrumental, especially to get those revives back up. If one of your players gets knocked down, get that one res, and then get yourself into that fight. But for the players of Borohari, I believe they found the players of Not right in front of themselves, as Griffin, he's just going to keep himself hidden for now, as Rito tries to get a few players visible, at least their opponents, but does not find any.
It's a very interesting thing that not butchers, they specifically love to play this 2-2 split. They always kind of position themselves in a 2-2 split, which gives them multiple angles on the opposition, really. But it all kind of comes down to their timing of attack. Both of them need to come in from the flanks at the right time. But so far, nades have been launched in the skies as Darko takes a lot of damage, but not butchers. They're completely unhindered. They don't budge. They don't move. And even Borohari Esports as well, they're not the ones who are making moves, they're not the ones who are making errors. This is a game of patience, this is a game of making the first error. Who's going to lose the patience, who's going to move forward? That would be the bigger question that lies in front of us.
Yes, Borohari, pride of Assam. All the way we've seen some amazing players come in from Northeastern Circuit, and now Borohari, they've not had the best of the starts, but possibly looking to turn the tables down, and Sanhok is the best map to try and do that, right? Now with Rito, he's just crawling like a snake, trying to reduce the distance between them and not butchers. But with Darko having a different angle altogether, it's going to be really important to see when he makes those right moves. Now, he's sort of trying to recuperate with his teammates, and this is where things get really dicey for him, as Frenzy knows exactly where he is, as Rito has opened fire. Now Sky firing at his direction. This is perfect time for Frenzy to reveal his location, but gets instantly traded off as this fight has already begun.
Exchange of knocks. Sky gets his opportunity to get open fire over there, but he gets taken down from the back lines as well. Rashi is trying to be some sort of resistance, but not butchers. They're struggling, as well as Borohari Esports, who is going to make the first move. That is the question. Trying to go for the resurrection is very, very important to get the man advantage, but this nade can change the course of this fight.
Oh, it certainly can, as Rito is just hammering down all that bullet at Black's direction. Sky did want to lob a grenade, in fact did, but did not get enough damage done, as the players of Borohari Esports and not Butcher Sky all by his lonesome, the lone survivor over there. What can he do with nowhere to run and hide? He does not have a lot of meds to even work around with, as Rito, he's going to patch himself up, as Borohari slowly but surely getting the numbers back, as they haven't lost any at all. And this is where it all comes down to Sky. How on earth is he going to survive?
No clue, absolutely no clue. As Rito still looking to go for the offense. Now Sky hasn't yet been spotted, but now he has, and has been completely abominated as well. Team Borohari Esports, they can't tend to survive once again. Now I again feel like it was the first movers disadvantage over there, not butchers trying to go for the first move with I believe Darko was the one who made a lot of noise. Pretty confident with the maneuvers, but then suddenly it's been turned the other way around.
Oh, indeed, it has. As you know, at this particular point, we've been witnessing action right from the very start. It all started off with Lifecraft Esports losing two of their players from the players of North, eventually who got eliminated by Borohari Esports. Elsewhere, we had Brawlers losing out on Sangwan again, and not a really good decision for their players. But well, for now, it's going to be Team Neon. Now, this is one of those teams that had a really good start inside the game, right? The first game really went the way they thought, eventually just to choke in that final circle. But in that second one, I was really starting to wonder maybe they're going to start being consistent, because that has sort of been the tell-to-tell storyline with all these teams, right? You start off, you have a really good game, and then you instantly mess up, which is again a situation with Lifecraft. Now, with two of their players already wiped out, they have to go completely defensive.
They certainly have to, and we've established the fact already that you need that consistency to make it into the top 4. It's not that easy, certainly, especially with teams getting those 20 bombers every now and then. Few of the teams will certainly make their mark. You still need to capture them. For Lifecraft, I feel like there were a lot of expectations, and certainly the map of Miramar went pretty well for them. But just like you mentioned, this map has to be more defensive. This map, they've sought to, resort to more of a passive approach in this game. Let's go for the placement points. Let's go for maybe going for more third parties. But elsewhere, we've got Levitate, who is actually going up against Team Frag. Once again, opened by a Redemption crew, trying to go for finishes as Team, I believe, Profit Esports. They were making a run for their money. The bike, once again, very, very difficult to target, but they've already landed a couple of shots on Suka, who, of course, will be shown no mercy.
Yeah, no mercy there. Toothless just comes in, gets that finish off, as Redemption crew seeking redemption in this game, as they're going to get a few more finishes to their name, as Baymax confirms it. and with that, the tally increases up to 2 as we do witness a shift a little bit eastern side towards Quarry, and a little bit of a, how do you call, a boon for the players of Brawlers, right, who have somehow managed to retreat from that area, now have taken control over Lakavi. So we'll get some loot done. But this is where, you know, teams like Brawlers need to really understand you cannot have those early casualties like that. You just cannot get caught off guard every single time. I mean, once is fine, but second, thrice, and Sangwan needs to understand, one of the most experienced players, and this is his terrain, this is his jungle, this is where he really thrives, and getting eliminated early on is certainly not a good news for a team like Brawlers.
Takes away from the firepower that they possess, which they could have certainly used in the final circus. But so far, we've had a rather rough start to the game. I mean, you were speaking of how aggressive the Sanhok map would start. We have seen approximately around a team getting eliminated. You've got 47 players alive. We'll have an instant replay, which is going to pop in front of us right about now. Kravix, have a look at this guy. Baby, once again, heavily influential. Once again, just clutching out every single time his team needs him. And this time, once again, against Team Neon, I feel like he's probably got a personal grudge against them, but they finally seek revenge.
You know, he's a neon magnet, right? Somehow, I do not know. He always sort of attracts those players, and this is for the second time. This time also, he tried to make those bold plays out there, but eventually the numbers was just too much for him to handle. Got taken down as Neon find themselves in a really good position, as the players over here of Neon again have lost out on 2 of theirs. Even Kravex, they've also lost out on 2 of their players. So a few of the teams that had a really good start to the day are not at the best of position. But this is, hey, this is what Sanhok does to you.
Exactly. Early casualties is something which you probably have to avoid. You've got a airdrop right in front of us. I'm not really sure if teams would prefer picking up that AUG. Hasn't really been a weapon of choice for the team so far, but I would certainly love to pick it up one day, maybe take it to a shooting range, try and test my aim, which obviously is non-existent. Fixes, I'm not really sure about you though.
I mean, in real life, these guns have a lot of recoil, you know. Of course, you've been hitting the gym, you're not going to feel the pain, but, you know, I tried once, I had bruises around my shoulders the other day, but there comes that shift that we were not waiting for, because it's quite even. This is not Sanhok shift. I was looking out for a curveball, but Kilpesh finding the players out there of frags. Hitler barely surviving by the skin of his teeth over there as Extreme Boy. He's going to get a knock onto the players of Levitate, as Kalpesh, he needs a revive. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a very tricky situation for Knight to at least go there and get that rest back up, as frags, I do not know if it's the cojones on these lads, but they intend to push.
Yeah, I mean, Team Frags, they had no business surviving that spray, but the nerves are really taking up for Team Levitate. So far, Team Frags, they're already closing in the distance, especially with 2 players in the vantage point, having that high ground, having the topography, can certainly pin down Team Levitate behind these rocks, and especially with this team being pincered from multiple directions and the artillery coming in, this is a perfect opportunity for Frags to get some frags for themselves.
Oh yeah, they certainly are going to be looking to capitalize. Yes, they do have Keep under their leash, under their watch, as the moment he steps out, he is going to be a dead piece of meat, as Hitler from the backlines again gets that knock onto Kalpesh, as now he's going to try and continue his onslaught, as Kid finds yet another, or is it not? But either ways, decides to go in for a push, starts cooking up a grenade, will be tossing it in no time, heads into the right direction, but a little too away. As Star will be successful in getting his teammate back alive, but it's the 3rd zone shrinking in, and this is where they need to understand where to drop the line, as there you have it, Kid with yet another grenade, but finds Knight on the back line, somehow still surviving, but has 6 first hits to his name.
Levitate been in a very bad spot. This is perfectly organized by Frags official. This is like dancing to a vile nest that we have right now, but Keep from that downhill finally could manage to put some sort of resistance, but just like you mentioned, the play zone is going to play a toll on every one of these players from Team Levitate. Team Frags, they are in such a good position to gatekeep this team with 2 players surviving. I have no clue on how these players are going to make it inside the next circle, especially with Hitler keeping a watch on them. Try and go out in the open. This is exactly what you get welcomed with.
Oh yeah, and this is where, you know, Knight, he's so much out in the open. He has to commit for it, and finally, eventually just gets taken down with even keep coming in really close.
Lovely.
Who would still succumb to his injuries over there, as the boys from Frags have ensured they get those 4 finishes to their name with casualty of one of their teammates. That's going to be Jibby.
Good one done over there by Frags official, getting those 4 finishes to their name. They have certainly had a casualty, but the way they are functioning, especially with everyone, you know, rising to the occasion, having their responsibility fulfilled, I feel like it was a perfectly synchronized team effort out there. But for Brawlers, of course, they need to be synchronized team right now. Synchronized is probably not something synonymous to Brawlers. Sangwan being the one who has been occasionally caught off guard more than what his fans would love. But so far, so forth, we've got something which we got to talk about, and that is going to be Kravex going up against Team DOD. Do or die. Now, one player has been taken down once again. The Molotovs being thrown in, but Kravex trying to take it slow and steady, just waiting for DOD to make a move. Oh no!
Oh.
Ghost Hunter.
He's a beautiful player there, right? You know, it's so difficult to especially lob that Molotov, especially where you have that hatch really coming out.
Yep.
And still succeeding to do that. I mean, kudos to him. With Ronnie being the last survivor, this looks so bad for Do or Die, who are sort of living up to their name. I mean, well, of course they're dying, but they're not doing anything about it.
Poor guy, poor Ronnie, because he's got nothing to do so far. Kravex, especially with the kind of terrain that he has been caught in. But ladies and gentlemen, we've had a shift of the circuit. But before that, we'll talk about this instant replay right there. The first player being taken down, a very ballsy move out there, which of course isn't really going to give you any sort of benefits. But look at this nice toss. Bounces if on top of the rock, and then perfect timing to go for the explode. Brawlers once again being caught off guard on top of this tower, I believe. Of course, not the best way where you would want to hold.
And there you have it. There you have it. The players of Crave just pushing in onto its Ronnie and sort of relieving out of his miseries. And at this point, you know, the last player of Profit, I believe it's going to be Fury. Right above him are the players of BTX. As everyone just keeps coming on, as Gokul is going to be getting fired upon from the backlines, I believe.
Yeah.
But look at P6, right? They mean no monkey business. They are keeping their way off. They have to get inside the circle. And that is what exactly they're trying to do. But now the players of BTX certainly can just get inside the compound where they're going to be meeting some uninvited guests, as the boys from BHE, Frenzy, he's going to get that rest back on by his teammate Rito. But for now, Frags official going up with that grenade. It's Extreme Boy. Now he's got a little bit of a momentum to play around with, right? Extreme Boy, the way they just wiped out the squad earlier, you think it was Levitate, but a little overstepping, being punished by Borohari Esports.
Historically speaking, Hitler was the one who used to get all the finishes to his name. He was the one who was the commando, the supremo of his reign. But here, he's the one who has fallen. He's the one who has been abominated. It seems like the Nazi reign has truly come to an end. But here we have it. A terrain which is not really suited for battle. You've got Team PE, Profit Esports once again coming in from a high which they had in the first few maps. Again, just being turned to dust and crates in this one of Sanhok.
Right now, it's going to be really interesting. Extreme Boy has done it in the past. He's done a couple of seconds before, but now look at Borohari Esports go. Little bit of parkour on display over here as Frenzy finding frags the players. You know, Extreme Boy is going to make a run inside the zone. Successfully has made it. Will now enter inside a compound, as now Borohari Esports again sort of trying to turn this fight a little bit on towards a stalemate, not really making those hasty moves. And somehow he's managed to even escape that Molotov over there.
Yeah, obviously the Molotov was a defensive measure which kind of prevents him from pushing any further. But Team Frags, for them, of course, this is not the ideal situation where you want to be in. The blue zone is just hugging them. They need to make a move, especially with the kind of terrain that they have. Teams are gatekeeping right up top. Have a look at this. Brawlers on top of that vantage point would just feast upon the players of Team Frags. And especially with the kind of start that they've got, I pretty much believe that they would want to go for the finish. They would want to go for the big chicken if they want to see themselves inside the big top 4. But Lifecraft once again, Clowny being the only man who survives. Not an ideal situation, especially with Borohari. Still oblivious of his position, goes for the spray, but the pressure is on him, but still finds a knock for himself, and now he's got to go on the aggression, but Griffin shuts him out.
Really not the right decision, but he was clearly out of options, right?
Yeah.
Out of first aids, and this is where Lifecraft, after having such a phenomenal run in Miramar, suddenly fall down at the 9th position this time, not with enough finishes. So again, they have to forget that they had that little bit of a cushion to work around with. Elsewhere, we've got a few knocks and finishes happening around as Borohari Esports will try to get Frenzy back up, but with Brawlers looking out for them, it's certainly not going to be that easy.
A lot of these teams, they're taking damage from the circle, but have a look at this spray coming in from Extreme Boy. Beautiful, beautiful, as two players are down behind that vehicle. Now, all that he's got to do is to go for a make a move. I'm pretty sure he does not have enough meds to go in for the heal battle. Needs to make a run for their money. I'm not really sure if that's going to be easy, but Dark as well as Rawat. Now, big responsibility on these two young lads because they've got to make Brawlers shine. I'm not really sure how they're going to do that completely outside the circle. They've got approximately 100 meters that they have to cover, especially with Crave right beside them. It's not gonna be easy.
You know, the zone has become a magnet to the players of B6 who find themselves at the best possible location, as Extreme Boy, before getting taken down, does manage to take one of the players out of Unstoppables. I'm starting to wonder if they've got enough time to go in for the rest, or with the circle starting to close in with just 4 seconds remaining and not the right time. Instead, they should cut on their losses and move ahead. But this time, this moment, the Unstoppables have to make their way inside the zone as player 03 gets taken down yet again, as Rawat spots out a few of the Unstoppable. Dark is going to be making a move inside with his Ronnie pickup truck, as Ayan is resorted for that infamous healing battle.
Yes, it's got some mess to actually work it out, but Dark has been completely finished. Team Brawlers not really in the best of positions as they have been completely wiped off the server by Team Unstoppables. Now, this is good stuff by Unstoppables. They're not directly pushing forward inside the circle. They're taking care of the neighbors first, and in turn, getting taken down as well. Coming soon. Good position for them as they're gatekeeping the entry of the Unstoppables. But just like you mentioned, P6 have the advantage of the circle, have the mercy of the BGMI gods, and they want them to win. Who are we to stop them from? 4 Ranger Star still kind of stuck behind that rock in a hard place. You've got, I believe, Pop WNL. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. Of course, I don't need to do it because he's sort of on his knees.
He certainly is, and it's going to be really nigh impossible to get him back up. But for now, P6, this is basically their game to lose, right?
Yeah.
Still having all 4 of the players alive, 6 finishes to their name, having the better of the circle, having a beautiful spread throughout the map. It's going to be really important to see if the last player of the UB really comes in, or is he just going to succumb to his injuries. Elsewhere, they managed to get one more finish out of Star over there, as coming soon they get eliminated with just 1 finish, but a 4th position is something that they can certainly live with.
Unstoppables. I'm sort of impressed with what Phoenix is doing. He still has some more seconds to live for. 4v1v1 situation, and P6 basically have this in their bag. They just need to figure out where the remaining reptiles live and their habitats. Toothless Noob just crawling across the terrain, being one with the nature. I love the fact that he has kind of disguised his positioning, especially with all these players just jumping around the buggy really close, but still oblivious to where he is. Kind of is afraid to move forward right now, but Team P6, they've got to figure out. They need some Google Maps, I believe.
Oh yeah, at this point, you know, again, heading really close to the second chicken. Look at how he's just, you know, go-karting around the entire map, as Toothless is finally going to succumb to that play zone, as the Unstoppables Phoenix has finally realized that there's nobody else apart from him. Did not want to give his finish away, but eventually had to, as this is a back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen, coming in for P6, one of those teams that seems to be solidifying the position in the top 4.
Exactly, 8 finishes with that chicken gives them a lot of points, gives them that beautiful 23 points. I believe it's a sweet spot to kind of go ahead with. I believe they've sort of, just like you mentioned, solidified their position. A couple of more consistent performance and they would see them through towards round 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the points table and we'll understand where the rest of the crew kind of lands.
Oh, there you have it. You know, no surprises. P6 right at the tippity top. 23 points to their name as Kravex. This was a little bit of a redemption from their side. You know, getting those 9 finishes, 15 points. Now carrying on with the momentum, and now you can safely say that they are back. But a really important game, even for the boys from Unstoppables, who were kind of a little bit silent from the very start. But once they started rolling, they never looked to stop. And going off to the healing battle, you know, this is where we're starting to wonder, right? When are we going to see that infamous healing battle in Sanhok? And hey, it was for us.
It certainly was. It certainly was an attempt, but didn't really get to see a battle as such, because multiple teams, there's just one player who's opting for it. But on the other side, you've got Brawlers with just 8 points. Now, I'm starting to wonder what is going on with this team, with the kind of experience, with the kind of leaders that they have, with the kind of frag power that they have. You mentioned round 1 is where they asserted domination on the map of Sanhok, but it just did not really go through. Second page, again, you've got teams like Profit Esports who had one good game. Lifecraft, once again, they've been topsy-turvy. The entire journey has been dicey for them, where they are still yet to assert that consistency, which is definitely a #1 requirement to proceed. And I'm not really sure what's certainly a problem, but ladies and gentlemen, one guy who certainly has no problem is going to be our most valuable player. Who do you think it is going to be?
Oh, Ayan out of Kravex, right? And this is one of those teams that has been making a lot of noise, right? And if you can take a look at those damage numbers and his conviction, right? Getting those 5 finishes. Now, Kravex really fought on till the very end. What was really different in this map of Sanhok that I loved was the zone, right? And how Kravex had a perfect approach towards it. And they did not shy away from fights early on, right? Where it was much needed, they went for it. And where they could, they really avoided it. Got themselves a good position point finish, and had some decent finishes to work around with. As we take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the top 5 players, and I'm pretty sure Rawat has been really impressive. Even Bot Slayer, he's been doing quite a lot of survival, right? This time also 22 minutes over there. Ayan still, you know, pulling it out for his team. But Redemption Crew, a little bit of a redemption from their side as well. Exotic getting himself into the mix as well.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the match summary again. Nothing really special, especially with the healings number 6,000, which is approximately what we get to see on the map of Sanhok. The grenade conversion rate we're yet to see on it, but the longest distance finish approximately at 300 meters, which is sort of impressive considering the map that we are playing. 56 finishes, 16 knocks is what we have. I believe we have had 2 grenade finishes. Yes, there we have it. So 2 grenade finishes is what we have. Nothing really special. Has been a more of a normal Sanhok match. No real rotation as of yet as well. The circle is also being very default. It's just that players are getting caught off guard.
Yeah, I think in this particular game of Sanhok, it was a lot of unwanted fights that happened early on, and that was the biggest issue with the players of Brawlers, I believe. But we're going to talk about them as we take a look at the FT craft. It's going to be the boys from Kravex collecting the highest points of damage for themselves. It's 1897, 9 finishes. I think they're the ones who got the most. And yeah, I think Kravex, the way they've been playing, if they keep on playing like this, if they get one more top 3 finish, then I think it's safe to say that yes, they are in the top 4. Nothing's gonna take it away from them. But apart from them, none of the other teams seems to be really consistent, right? And of course, it's P6 been getting those back-to-back, no questions at that. They're also one of those teams in the mix. But this is where who the next 2 teams are. That's the big question, because Lifecraft had a really good game. The first game they kind of got that top 6 spot, but that was just about it. You know, you can't really count this one for themselves. As Borohari Esports, this is again one of those teams, Salty. 1226 points of damage, 7 finishes to their names, but not the best of the survival times there.
Exactly. I mean, for this team, taking fights has never really been a problem. That is sort of the general theme of most of the teams in this competition so far. We'll have a look at the face-off between 2 different teams who have performed in this map so far. You've got Kravex on one hand, who have got 9 finishes to their name, an enormous number of damage points, 1897. On the other side, you have a team who has been very efficient with their conversion rate, 900 points of damage and 8 finishes. Very efficient, very calm and collected about it. The zone favoring them, good rotation as well. I think this is a textbook BGMI game that they have played so far.
Oh yeah, I mean again, two contrasting styles of play, right? We've got Kravex who've been in the mix of the fights every single time, and then there's P6 who have been staying aloof from the lobby. They find themselves that perfect compound to hold on to and pray to their life that they get the zone to themselves, which has not happened once but twice. And this is where you're gonna get that reputation of being the zone magnet, and are now on the way to the hat trick, ladies and gentlemen. As yet again, let's just head into the highlights of this beautiful rainforest, as it all started with this, right? Not Butchers finding the players of Lifecraft right out in the open, and this has been the sort of a storyline that we've been having. A team that performs well in the first game tends to mess it up in the next.
Exactly. Find that consistency has been a problem, especially with few of these players just getting caught off guard. I mean, what was Sangwan doing over there? The man was just doing some squats. Probably not the ideal time, but you probably train your quads over there, my man. You do it in the gym with some weights on your shoulders.
Oh, he's tried. He's like me, right? He says, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna hit the gym fixes. I was like, are you? I'm gonna do the same as well. And the next morning, we're gonna be both lying down and like, I forgot. I was like, I also woke up late, so
Yeah.
yeah, traits.
Not something which one should forgive.
Not something that we would advocate.
Yeah. I wouldn't forgive if I'm a trainer.
Thankfully, I'm not paying you. But yeah, I think it was a really good game of Sanhok. But you know, this is somewhere daunting to Sangwan especially, right? Every single game is the first player to get knocked and instantly finished.
Yeah. And he gets caught off guard, and I feel that has been a cause of problems for Brawlers as well, because they kind of regard Sangwan very highly. You've seen how Rawat and Dark, they kind of perform well, especially when Sangwan is still on the pitch, is still working around with his players. But talking about the rest of the teams, Kravex, just like you mentioned, they've been really good with their positioning, has been good when it comes to attacking. This is one team who has really impressed me, Team Frags. Now, one problem is they still don't know how to kind of make themselves inside the final circle and probably go for those finish points. But the way they kind of synchronized, I feel like I would say that a deserving team would miss out on round 3 if they don't get enough points.
Haven't we lost out on a lot over the past couple of days? But
PTSD.
yeah, you know, at this point, I'm really hoping that, you know, Gunners also get back and get a chicken dinner to their name, because this is one of those teams that knows how to take their fights. You know, especially you sort of judge them with the way they've been good with their grenades, and they're not the ones who kind of back away, right? They see an opportunity, they go in, get the strike done, and get those finishes to their name. But for Profit Esports, certainly isn't a game that they would like to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the kind of performance they had at the start, I feel like Profit Esports would be looking back and would be scoffing at themselves considering the missed opportunities, getting stuck in a terrain like this. Of course, when players play competitive, they know every single terrain. They know what sort of terrain awaits them with the kind of rotation they're going for. Of course, the circle is something which they might not have expected. They might have done their research based on the round 1 circles, and suddenly round 2 is completely on the other side. That's no excuse again. Kravex managing to press forward in spite of all the teams that lie ahead. Then this is sort of praising them to their firepower. That they've done a very good job so far.
Oh yeah, they certainly have, right? Kravex, then even, you know, we can't really be too critical about Brawlers. Despite the fact that they lose out on Sangwan, somehow they make sure that they collect enough points, you know, 8, 10 every single game. And they've been doing that for the past 3 games, right? So this is a really good thing to go on with, and this was one of those games that I was really hoping that we get to see a Brawlers chicken dinner, but that did not happen for the boys from Kravex. You know, we have P6, all of these sort of chiming in and performing, and this is where the big question mark is raised, you know, by the end of the evening, because now we just have 2 final games remaining, and this is where we're gonna have our top 4 decided.
Almost, I guess most of it would start forming up. Most of the overall points table would start shaping up, and we would get to see, especially the team who is doing the job behind the scenes, they would start, you know, getting to know which team would actually make it. But just like you pointed out, Brawlers chipping in with those points, I feel like one big chicken and they would be able to sort of make it inside the top 4, and that is what they're looking for. It's a good thing that they're being very consistent, but we are also very consistent in one thing, that is taking in very short breaks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back very soon.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the good for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout कर रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. Battlegrounds Mobile India, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
Insanely cinematographic commercials that we get to see in between these breaks. Sometimes I figure, like, is this a game or is this some Hollywood film? I would want to star in one of those commercials one day. Probably consider your English talents. Maybe I and Arka might be starring one of those commercials. But welcome back to the desk, Arka. How are you doing?
I'm still calculating as to which are the other 2 teams who are going to be making up with the side of Team T6 as well as the side of Brawlers. I mean, Brawlers are also doing a very good job. So
They certainly are.
we have Livecraft doing an amazing job as well. So somewhere I feel we are sorted off with the top 4 places, but that's going to be confirmed any second soon as we're going to be stepping into the matchup of the next map. That's going to be the map of Miramar, where we can expect all these teams. See, Team P6 is one team which has done absolutely well so far. Team Kravex has done pretty much good. Then we have the questions coming up, you know.
Yeah.
Then we have Brawlers, Livecraft, Prophet, and then we have Unstoppable, Do or Die, as well as the side of BE as well. So these are the next few teams, or even Nexon, you know. These are the next few teams who have a very, very good fighting chance. So the numbers are just been, it's pretty hard for us, right? Considering the point that, you know, most of these teams are actually doing the best of what they can in the previous days, considering what they have done today as well, I believe that finish points is something which is going to matter, because just one team is actually taking up most of those winner chicken, and that's going to be Team P6, right? So the other teams, all they have to right now rely is on finish points. Make sure they gain as much as possible, and one good winner chicken dinner to give those placement points will be more than enough. The same thing happened like with Livecraft, I believe. No, first match, you know, where we thought the Livecraft could be the team which can, you know, do much more better in the second and the third game. Probably it was pretty much the overconfidence which they carried. So let's see. You know, as I said, it's a very hard speculation to say which are the 4 teams which is going to be making up in the next round. But I'm waiting to see which are those 4 teams. But this is one of the toughest lobbies, you know, for the top 4, I would like to say.
Exactly, I totally get your point. I feel like we've had one of the toughest lobbies, especially with so many teams competing for that top 4 spot. Because most of the days, by now, we could have had an idea of, all right, these are the teams who are sort of making their run, making the others have a run for their money. They're making life difficult for the rest of the teams who are out there inside the server as well. But today we've sort of seen a divided domination. We have sort of seen a divided rule where everybody is a ruler on their own home turf, especially with, just like you said, Team P6 being sort of winning a majority of them. But we still have 2 more maps to go in. Just like you mentioned, finish points are going to be the key, especially with 3 initial games that have been done away with so far. I feel like this is where teams have to start realizing that this is your opportunity to go guns blazing. You don't get a second opportunity. You always like to say, wake up or go home. And I would like to quote you here. I feel like this is where teams have to wake up, and they sort of have to realize that, all right, we might be in the second page of the overall standings, but when you really, really want to qualify, you need to go for those finishes and hit your opponent hard where it actually hurts.
Yeah, and now there is one team which I feel is actually doing the strategy which we are trying to decipher, that is trying to gain as much as get as many finish points as possible, and then go in for one big game where you get finish as well as a winner chicken dinner. That would be Brawlers. Till now, they've not attained anything much, but every single game they've got an average of 6 to 8 finish point for themselves. So they're trying to hold on to that position. But let's see whether this is gonna be the game in the map of Miramar where they can attain the first ever winner chicken dinner of the day, and also have a very powerful finish for the day itself. Now, beautiful views. You know, we have been discussing about this Miramar being the terrain is so hard to sometimes, you know, understand. No matter how close you are, yet you're far.
Exactly. Now, when you're against the forces of nature, like deserts and sand dunes, this is where you sort of start to realize that it's not your business to control the terrain. It's not your business to control the kind of rough sandy dunes that are headlight in front of you, and these drone shots only signify that. It's not just terrains, again, the buildings, the compounds that we have, the entirety of Miramar itself is very hard to kind of play upon. It has been historically the map which gives most of the teams a run for their money. Most of the teams struggle on this map, especially being caught out in the open, especially during the vehicle rotation as well. Again, driving on this map is exceedingly difficult, but we're just waiting as the players warm themselves up to their push-ups, sit-ups, and all their drills that their coach has asked them to do. It's very important to kind of be fit before you've got to run so far in the hot and humid areas of Miramar. I don't think it's going to be humid, it's very dry in fact.
No, speaking about the run, it's time for us to speak about the players who actually have performed well in the map of Miramar before. But before that, we're going to be jumping right into the map where we can see that the flight path starting off from the northeastern side, that's going to be coming in from Campo. This map is going to be dissected right into two different halves. I mean, and we can expect a lot of early skirmish according to me, because I know that there's going to be less of early skirmishes taking place where teams would want to clash out with one another to get those initial finishes. But somewhere I feel that those teams in the bottom who want to get those finish points will be trying to give a challenge to the teams who actually have an advantage. As I said, from Campo Militia to somewhere ending near Ladrilera, we can expect a lot of fights to take off in the initials.
Yeah, Ladrilera. I've sort of practiced this pronunciation, Arka, because both me and Spiro, we kind of fuffled while pronouncing it when you were gone. It's kind of has that Mexican touch to it. I'm not really sure. Probably the Ladrilera, but I guess we have sort of mastered that at least, considering that we are the shoutcasters of this game. We're supposed to master it. But just like you mentioned, the flight path kind of diagonally bisecting this map into two halves, and most of the teams would prefer to sort of go to their preferred locations. You've got Los Leones, you've got Chuma Serra, which are sort of distant, pretty average distance from the flight path itself. They can get to their locations pretty comfortably, but oh my god, the circle. Now this is a circle which we have witnessed before. We have witnessed an Impala circle before, Arka, and I would think that is exactly where it is going to end, but we might have an early skirmish towards Picardo, because two teams have actually dropped there. I can see a purple dot and sort of a pink dot.
That's what I said, right? The early skirmish is something which we can expect. Not in one place, even towards the side of Greyard, we can see that, there's another team fighting out. It's going to be Levitation versus the side of Team NOT. Now, on the other side, we also saw in that finish feed that there was another fight which is taking place, and one man has come down on his knees. Will he be confirmed? That's going to be from the side of Team BE, down on his knees. The right kind of backup also should be given to them. That is where it is. No, he's not going to get that backup, as Neon is going to be registered the first finish, as Justin is trying to be that silent killer, holding on to that position, expecting Neon to come one player at a time, as they're going to push in together as a group of, or as a pack of wolves, trying to take down Justin. They're trying to find out where this player is. He comes out, reveals his location. Sarkar comes from the other angle, makes sure that he lands so much damage that his teammate is going to just come and hit the final lane on the coffin.
Overwhelmed with numbers over there as Team Neon. They are going to find more players, but have a look at this. Team BE, they've got reinforcements of their own, and this could be very, very problematic. Team Neon, they would be abominated one by one, as I believe only one player would be left to survive. Justin would be back up, but Atul, his finish has been confirmed, so that's a casualty which Team BE has to live with for the rest of the map itself. But I do want to find out, how can Team Neon retaliate, because I kind of felt like the entire team huddled up for just one finish over there, where there was no backup. They did not expect reinforcements from BE to come in, and as soon as they came, they were hit with a very big missile.
That is what happens when the player of your team does so much damage against the opponents, and then he goes down on his knees. That gives an opportunity for your teammate to actually rush in and do the job. Now, there's another fight going on, Crave versus DOD. Both of these teams have to be very careful. And now they perform.
Wow.
What a push coming in over there. Even though he got taken down, he has done the damage against the side of Team Crave. Now, Bolo has to do the pushing. Bolo has to make sure that he goes in and save his teammate, but doesn't do so. Unnecessary healing coming in from his side. Using a stun at this point of time, try to scare off the enemies. I don't think so that's going to be much of help. He's got the Uzi to work around with. He kind of finds more than one player of the opponents, due to which, it's going to be easy picking coming in against them. DOD not in the right position. Avnish almost getting taken down by Bot Slayer as well. That push coming in from the side of Crave can be pretty much crucial. There's another player getting taken down. It's going to be Neo. Finished off by BE somewhere far away as well.
Yeah, certainly Ronnie was very far away. I did not get to see where the bullets come from, but Crave, you have to see that how beautifully they orchestrated this fight. The nade definitely biting, chewing off a lot of the health from that man, but this nade would just finish him off just perfect from Crave. And this is systematic destruction once again. DOD allowing their opposition, allowing an opposition like Crave to feast upon them is certainly not accepted, especially at this level of game. Have a look at this. They just have no form of defense. Players initially going in and giving in their frags, trying to enter into enemy territory without really having that strategy, without having that man advantage, without having any sort of opening, is like gifting your fight to your opposition on a silver platter, and that is exactly what they did. But we're going to focus, we're going to shift our focus towards Team Not Butchers and Team Levitate right now. Not Butchers, one of the lineups who have sort of had their good times and bad times, didn't really show up when needed. But with 2 more games to go, Arka, I really wanted to know your views. Do you think this team really has what it takes to proceed forward?
I don't think so. Being looking at the position they're holding in the overall points table, they have to rely on miracles. So will the side of DOD. Now, I want you to answer a question. How many times have you seen by the clock, the clock by the time it hit the 6th minute, you have 2 teams erased completely out of the lobby in the map of Miramar, right? I mean,
not much.
Not much. I would like to say.
Not even once?
Not even once, yeah.
Exactly. Possibly. But just like I mentioned, right, teams would love to go guns blazing. They would love to take those initial battles. Had this been some other scenario, most of the teams would have rather fallen back. They would be like, all right, let's just not risk it. Teams like Team DOD, right, Team Do or Die, they had to do something over there against Team Crazy, but they tried to sort of overextend, where they try and be over-ambitious, where they felt like, all right, guys, I'm a one-man soldier. I can just completely wipe out the army that lies right in front of me. It happens in Bollywood movies where we sort of overpraise war a little bit, but in actual reality, it just does not happen.
Now, the most important point for us to look out for when it comes to the team brawl is going to be this. Why are they playing in such distances with one another? It's time for them to stick together. As we spoke about it before, brawlers need to get a very good finish, winner, chicken dinner for themselves, or I don't think so it's going to be easy. On the other corner, we're able to see that Prophet are actually cashing in at the right time. They exactly know to pick up those initial fights. They exactly know to get those finish points as soon as possible so that it becomes easy for them and not Butchers. This is what I was speaking about. The reason as to why they can't make it up the ladder so easily is because they tend to commit to unwanted fights, especially this fight over here. This place is where you get ample amount of loot for 2 to 3 players, and I don't think so it's enough for to heal yourself in case you get knocked out. So it's important for you to rather fall back, try to get the right kind of farming, and then take the fight towards the enemy. And I don't understand why not Butchers try to do it. Sky is going to be the person in the crosshairs of Night Club at this point of time. Luckily, he's got that vehicle bursted off. That is where he's going to be trying to get some cover for himself. It's better he starts to run from this position, as nobody is going to allow him to even take a peek at this point of time. Look at Keep, he's already rotated around, comes in from another angle altogether. Now Sky is in deep trouble, as NOT has to do something to give a cover fire for their teammate, or else I don't think so this is going to be ending up good for them.
I mean, it was known. All of us knew that Sky basically wasn't meant to survive over there, especially with Levitate just having him on his scopes from multiple directions. Team Levitate just got in, or rather Team Not Butchers just got between a rock and a hard place. Now, we've always mentioned, especially in lobbies like this, you can't really split up all that much. When you don't know your opposition's rotation, when you don't know your opposition's drop locations as well, when you not have much information about where or who is going to come in from which direction, you rather stay together instead of going in for flanks, instead of being a little over aggressive. But again, these players trying to be a little over ambitious, trying to do too many things at once. I feel like it's all about keeping it simple, but they just tend to do too much.
Oh, third party comes in, and this time they were ruthless against the side of Levitation. Now this could be a small blessing in disguise for the side of Team Not Butchers, so that they can regroup and try to find a different kind of strategy and then come back into this fight. But Redemption crew from far away, they do not want to fall back from any kind of fights in front of them. They want those finish points in their favor, and that is how they'll be able to survive better in this tournament. Now we all know Team Levitate on the other side. I don't understand how come there was no whatsoever cover fire coming in from the side of from the side of Team BE, if I'm not wrong, the team which was actually taking those fights. No, sorry, not no cover fire coming in from the side of Knots, but on the other side, Ninja Boy, we all know that very rarely he misses shots with that 4x cross air, but ultimately he couldn't put the player down, due to which he's going to be grabbing a lot of attentions of the enemies. They might rotate around and try to come and take the fight towards the side of Livecraft. Let's see whether that's going to happen.
Yeah, Livecraft living. Ironic to what their past performances have been so far on the maps of Miramar. But just like you mentioned, P6 is still in the vicinity. They would love to take shots. But yes, certainly we've had a very rough start to the map of Miramar. Did not really expect so many finishes coming off so early. We've seen two teams bid us goodbye already in this game, which we don't really expect. But considering the situation, just like I pointed out initially, you have to go for those finishes. You have to go for those aggressive plays. You can't really fall back and expect to qualify, because that is what these teams are playing for, right? They're not playing for an overarching storyline. Have a look at this Extreme Boy just playing with fire over there, barely breathing, barely surviving, and Griffin cooking this nade might just be the end of it all. Tossed in a little too far away. Extreme Boy has only one man to deal with. Can isolate these frags 1v1, still moving in, still being very, very agile, but the initial damage that was done kind of confirmed him, and another team has bid his goodbye once again. Frags official, a team that I was really looking forward to, especially the way they fought in the map of Sanhok. Not really the best.
Now it's time for us to go look back and see where everything went wrong for the side of Frags. There is it. The initial blow up of the vehicle, removing two players out of the equation. And that is the way, you take the fight towards the enemy. Make sure that they become weak by a player down or two. And obviously you're going to be striking fear in their heart. And that becomes your advantage lately. Look at the drop happening inside the waters. Is this a clue that the zone is going to be going up, landing towards the side of Impala or something like that, so that it's going to be hard for these players to actually fight in a terrain which they're not familiar with from the beginning? Because as of now, we can see no players are actually towards the side of Impala.
We've seen that happen. This is sort of like an action replay of what happened in a few Miramar maps back. In round 2 itself, we've seen the circle form. We've seen airdrops coming inside the waters. We have seen the circle form right at the heart of Impala, where the mighty mountains welcome most of these players. Now, it gets very difficult. I must say, Arka, the terrain is definitely not suited for fighting, and more so not suitable for driving. So rotating and finding yourself good cover takes a lot of time. The teams who make the first move would be in a very advantageous situation. But considering the fact we've seen a pattern in these official tournaments so far, Sanhok circles forming in a certain way, Miramar circles forming in a certain way, I feel like the teams would be prepared for this had they done their homework.
Yeah, that's the whole point. How many of these teams have done their homework where they put themselves in a situation and try to understand that, in case we fall in this situation at this part of the map, what do we do next?
Yeah.
And I don't think so it's going to be easy for anybody to do so. Now, Akash on the other side has got a Car 98 scoped in over there. He's waiting for somebody to actually give the head over there. Pixels is where he can see just a bag, not the helmet. Probably if he finds the helmet stagnant, he can put them down. Then he also knows that, revealing his location is not going to be something good for the team right now. That's why he's kind of holding back, waiting for them to actually make the right kind of mistake so that it becomes easy for them. With both of them inside the circle, right to the dead center of the circle, they wouldn't want to grab any kind of, third-party attention. So it's a good thing that he didn't go for a shot, but he knows the location of the enemies very well.
I love snipers, to be honest. They've got that smirk in their faces, especially when they've got their long distance scoped in right at their opposition. They know that they can finish them at any moment, and they're just witnessing the last few moments of their lives just whistle in front of them. But so far, Redemption Crew, they've got a knock for themselves, and they might just be looking forward to confirm one of them, once again moving in from cover to cover. And this is what I like, right? You try and use your vehicles to get yourself closer to your destination, but once you're there, you have to take the foot. Going from cover to cover is going to be the key for these players. But so far, Redemption, they're taking a pretty long distance fight. Even though the knocks are there, it's very hard to actually confirm them. Now, they've had the Unstoppables in the backdrop, but they're nowhere to be found.
I just hope that they're not going to taste their own medicine at this point of time, because pretty much in the open is where they're standing, trying to loot up those crates, which, they eventually turned humans into bodies. But Livecraft is one of those teams I want to speak about, because they are the team who needs to be composed in this game, who needs to understand the intensity of the game, try to, get more and more finish points as they're going to move in. I know that they'll be looking out for that winner chicken dinner in this game, so that, it gives them a whooping 15 points points in one shot. But it's also important that for them to understand with just position points, it's not going to be easy for them. In the final circles, we have seen them perform much better previously in the map of Miramar, where the dinner was almost served to them. They're going to be in the path of redemption for that one case. Now 3 teams already out of the equation allows the others to actually come in, especially teams like Not Butcher coming soon, Borohari Esports, giving them a small ray of hope in case they get a 20+ pointer when it comes to this game.
Absolutely. Profit esports haven't really been profitable so far. Much like most of the businesses in our country, not really profitable. Arca would actually be he would say otherwise, because this man has rather a very profitable business, which is why he gives us all those treats in the fancy restaurants. But coming back to the game itself, Arca, we're going to talk about the checks later on. Brawlers, this is a team that we need to focus on, have a lot of attention on them. Experienced players, most of the fans would be expecting them to qualify, go towards the further rounds, qualify up until the point where they can play against the invited teams, because that is the lobby that they generally play against. And with the quality of game that we have seen from them, they've been consistent for sure, but up against teams who are just newcomers, it's very hard to digest that players like Sangwan, players like Iconic haven't really been able to kind of show up to their name so far.
I mean, I really don't understand how come in the map of Miramar, when the intensity has grown so much, but still you tend to do this. It's going to be CS coming into the crosshairs of Profit Esports, who are going to cash in every single moment of what's going to happen to them. It's going to be Zuka, who's already put 2 players down. He's got information of the other 2 as well. A grenade has been cooked towards him. Let's see whether it's going to be landing right into his porches, where we can expect him to come down on his knees. There's going to be Sid cooking up the other grenade, trying to find, Mega Man, if I'm not wrong, into the crosshair in case he does get him in his crosshairs. It's going to be the goodbye for him. Profit are doing everything right with 2 finish already confirmed in the corner. 6 another man. That's going to be the 3rd one coming into their favor. The last man standing somewhere far away. Zuka is already rushing in towards them to make sure that he connects that final blow. Colonel, Kunal was one person I really thought that grenade, if I had connected, that could have given an initiation against the side of Team Profit, but ultimately it chose not to. Do you think it's the right call trying to go run away from this fight and play for placement points?
Absolutely. I feel like at this point they can't really do much. Had he gone aggressive against 4 players of the opposition, it just doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, how much can you possibly do over there? But instead, if you get those crucial placement points, let's say 4 or 5, it could be something game-changing. But Brawlers, they are on the aggressive turn right now. Rawat especially being on the offense, the only person who has sort of performed or sort of delivered for Team Brawlers in this entire day so far. They really desperately need those finishes from coming in from this man. But from the behind, you've got Dark, who actually comes in and encapsulates Justin. This is lovely stuff. The split up, I love this, but they are very, very far away from each other because there's no trade potential. One knock comes in, one retaliation comes in, and Brawlers would be left to wonder what just happened.
Now, I can see in the finish feed that, the Brawlers are also doing a great job, as well as one other team that's going to be Livecraft, who have unleashed their beast and giving him complete, independence to go all row in this map. And he's actually doing justice for his name at this point from picking up as much as possible. Redemption Crew on the other side does know the location of TUB. It's important for them not to come into the crosshairs of Baymax, because he'll be looking forward for an early finish against them. And in case he picks up those 1 or 2 initial finishes as they're trying to race against the zone at this point of time, it's going to be hard for the side of TUB to actually take this fight. Look at that damage already being dealt against them, against player number 3, as the zone is going to be approaching him as close and as quickly as possible. We have EXO on the other side, we have Baymax on the other side, all crosshairs set against the side of TUB. Do you think that they can survive this?
I have no clue. They have vehicles to work with, so for sure they need to go for a different rotation, probably try and evade the fight that awaits them right in front, as Redemption Crew is welcoming them with open arms. A gatekeeping attempt coming in from them, but of course player 3 has a good vantage point. Toothless Noob completely oblivious of his position, but wait, fire comes in from the back lines as players get knocked down from Team BE. You can see that Team Brawlers are on the offense. Another player goes down. I would love to have a perspective on that fight, but here we have got I believe the Unstoppables, they're still going up against the Redemption Crew.
I don't know how TUB is actually getting churned by 2-3 other different teams. See, this is the problem with you. When you understand that late rotation seems to be not going in your favor, it's important for the IGL to immediately shift to plan B and try to do something different. Over here, Redemption Crew, Baymax comes into the crosshairs of some other team from far away who's trying to steal those kills, finishes from the side of Team TUB. Let's see how that is going to turn out.
Yeah, so far Redemption Crew retrieving from this particular fight, disengaging, but elsewhere we've got Team P6 on the offense. Doom, what can he do? It's a smoke. It's a smoke mystery that awaits him, but Sexy Kid gets taken down from behind as you've got Team Toman Manji coming in to chip in with the finish points of their own. Gokul finding another player completely oblivious of his position, caught with his man down once again, but this region is turning into an absolute manhunt as most of the players, they're just being caught off guard.
I don't know how this small circle is going to be so chaotic all of a sudden. The finish points are going to be raking up in every single team. We can see 4-4 already coming in from the side of Travex and Profit Esports. We can see 3 already coming in from the side of Liftcraft. BE getting 4 in their name. So it's equally divided as of now. Only team who's cashing in at the right time is going to be Profit Esports with 5 finishes already in their name. Look at the number of throwables which has been thrown towards the side of Team RC. And I don't know whether they're going to be surviving a little more. Toothless and needs to push in near the vehicle, avoid this fire, avoid the throwables coming in towards them. EXO also is trying to do as much as possible. I don't think so they can survive this wrath coming in from the side of Kravex, because right now not only Kravex is burning their resources but also doing hefty damage against the opponents in such a way that they're going to burn all their resources when it comes to meds.
Yeah, but they have to be very careful because they've got Team Levitate in the back lines. They've got Team Redemption Crew very close as well. You've got Team Unstoppables. They are sort of sandwiched in the midst of most of the teams right now. More importantly, they're sort of stuck in this small ridge. They're stuck in this very small valley that is right in front of them. Team Doman Manji once again. 1v2 situation for Mikey as he goes for the first finish. Quite low on HP, but he can't really confirm that knock for himself. His Team P6 once again survive in times of adversity is where players like these come up and pick up the big boots, wear the big boots and show themselves and what they are basically capable of.
Now P6, this is not the first time we're able to see that they've raked up 5 finishes in the map of Miramar and then still trying to do their best and trying to survive as much as possible. They've already done the hard work previously. Now all they have to do is reap benefits of just getting placement points for themselves. TUB on the other side is the team which is impressing me a lot. No matter how many punches or blows they're taking, they're still surviving. They're still holding on to one corner, making sure that they come back to their feet. And we have always heard the saying which says it's not about how many punches you take, it's about how many times you get up on your feet and try to take the fight back. But ultimately it was Unstoppables who get taken off by Redemption Crew. They lived up to their name.
They certainly did. They certainly did. But just like you mentioned, that quote from Mike Tyson, he certainly would be proud of what the Unstoppables have been able to achieve in this game so far. But Profit Esports once again, I just don't know how these teams who are stuck in this small valley out there, how are they going to make a move, especially with teams coming in from the high range, just like Sniper. Now, I love the fact that Sniper, in spite of being the lone survivor, is still going on the offense. He's not scared of taking the fight to the opposition, of taking the aggression to the opposition, but he has to be very, very careful. He has to be wary of his moves on where he takes cover, where he sorts some sort of residence, where Profit Esports, they have taken in the buggy, they've closed in the distance while the man was distracted for the enemy behind the tree. There were flanks already coming in, but this is not it. You just can't focus on one player because the overarching picture has multiple teams in it. Profit Esports, they get completely wiped off the server as Team Kravex are still looking to press forward and create some space for themselves. They need to go uphill. They need to go uphill, climb this peak and go up against the Redemption Crew. A nice vantage point, a nice vision, lines of sight completely, but Bot Slayer being taking in some third-party shots would sort of discourage this man to sort of fall behind. Brawlers are in some healthy position.
This is what I said, right? Brawlers were actually looking for a good game like this. Redemption Crew on the other side wants to take a toll, wants to give a toll towards the side of Team Cave at this point of time. Baby was the last man trying to run in, and he's going to be saying goodbye with his teammate, and they will be going back into the lobby. Team Levitate on the other side, they were not looking that strong before in the map of Miramar. It looks like something has been going in their way, and they want to make the best out of what they can. Brawlers on the other side is the only team with have 4 men standing. Levitate have got 3, but not the right kind of position, as Brawlers are holding right to the center of the circle, and they're trying to use some throwables to take down the side of Levitate. One knock is more than enough for them, as Profit Esports also get finished off. thanks to the courtesy of Brawlers, who are actually doing it. 10 finishes is what they've got. This winner chicken dinner for them is gonna be more than enough to cement themselves into the top 4.
Possibly, and I just hope so. Brawlers, they've got 4 players alive. This is one of those rare occasions where they've got a good placement as well. They've got the 3rd position already locked in. They've got the mercy of the circle. They've got 10 finishes. Everything is happening right for them. The stars are aligned for Brawlers to get this big chicken in their platter, in their pocket, and that is exactly what they're looking for. Players of Team Levitate, though, they're kind of well split up. I like this triple threat approach where they're kind of covering different angles and being oblivion. Look at this. Iconic. He will get taken down. Night Noob, though, there was retaliation coming in from Dark. Exchange of knocks happening, whereas we still look forward to the circle as it closes in on Brawlers once again. For Team Levitate, though, problems escalate. Meanwhile, there's still another player from, I believe, Team Unstoppables. I'm not really sure. Team Redemption Crew, pardon me for that, as X or Vic. Nobody knows where exactly he is. Someone gets caught with his pants down, but X or Vic just can't seem to manage his shots. This man whipped a lot with the M416. Tried to go for another one, but Dark punishes him. He just don't get so many opportunities in a lobby like this. But Brawlers, a clean chicken dinner coming in from them as Levitate. They were just caught off guard. The split that I was talking about just did not really work the way they wanted. Brawlers, a very, very dominating performance in this one.
As speculated, right? We really thought that Brawlers is going to be one team which we're looking out for such a good game. 14 finishes with a winner chicken dinner. We all know that's going to be 29 valuable points coming in for them, and that's going to be more than enough for them to have a very good gameplay, very good game coming in next in the map of Erangel. They can play a bit with a little bit of ease, trying to get an average of 10 yet again, and cement themselves perfectly. So now we all know it's going to be Brawlers coming in. We have P6 also done a great job. Kravex has also done a great job. Now who is going to be taking the fourth place in this overall points table? Now let's look at the points table as of now. Redemption Crew was the squad which actually had a very good opportunity to wait it out. They didn't show composure, due to which they had to go 2nd place. They've got 10 placement points with 7 finish points, a total of 17 coming up from their side. Levitation on the other side have got 15 with 12 position points.
Yeah, of course, that big difference. You've got Brawlers with 29 and that big gap of 12 points that we speak of. Second page would actually include some of the big names. Once again, Livecraft just choking in this game. You've got Frags Official, the team that I was sort of looking forward to. Team Unstoppables once again with finishing with a single-digit number. Now, just like you mentioned, I'm not someone who actually crunches a lot of numbers. I'm not really someone who has a lot of math knowledge in him. But certainly Brawlers, with the kind of performance that they have shown up, they should be cementing that place inside the top 4. I'm not really sure about the rest of the 3 though. But speaking of MVPs, the most valuable players from the side of Brawlers, Dark with those 8 finishes, especially for someone who kind of lays in the back lines, for someone who is who always provides support, for someone like a Rawat who is their frontline assaulter. I feel like 8 finishes with 841 damage points is an insane conversion rate. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the top 5 players, which should be dominated by Brawlers players. Now, Dark and Rawat, the duo that we are looking forward to. Iconic and Sangwan bring in the experience. These 2 guys bring in the firepower with 8 finishes and 4 finishes respectively. 12 of the 14 finishes that they had were brought in by Dark and Rawat. You sort of understand how big of an asset they are for this team.
Absolutely agreed on that point, but at the same time, in the shadows, the work is done by the side of Dark with 8 finishes, as you said. Now, we all know that, Team P6 is still not holding back. They've still got, 4 finishes, 1 man standing out over there and trying to do the job. 56 finishes what they've got against the ratio of 59 knocks, and that's a very, very good thing in the map of Miramar. Healings for the first time dropped down to 5,000. At this point of time, and I'm really happy to see that nobody had an opportunity to actually face off one another. Nobody went in for a late rotation where they had to heal themselves up. Vehicle finishes, none. Good thing to see, but 42 rescues is something which it's a good thing to see, that nobody wants to leave a player behind. They wants to pick them up as quickly as possible and then take the fight to the enemies. 2 grenade finishes also coming in. I think this is going to be a very, very decent ratio of FD.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You've got those couple of high rises. You've got that nice slide that we get to see from Brawlers to you've got the Redemption Crew as well. It sort of comes down to a slower curve where we get to see few of the teams maintaining the high rises. Good conversion rate as well. 2,000 points of damage to 14 finishes. I feel like Brawlers have done a good job. And this is something which we were looking forward to, right? But ladies and gentlemen, we will move forward to the squad face-off where we might see a couple of teams battling against each other. Redemption Crew and Profit Esports. I guess both of them would be in your contention for the top 4 slots. I'm not really sure where they lie exactly in terms of the overall points table, but with 7 finishes and 1400 approximately points of damage, they are very hard to separate, Arka.
I somewhere feel that, Redemption Crew are an inch away from being inside the top 4, and then they have to do a lot of hard work in case they want to make it into the top 4. It's a squad spotlight going all over with Brawlers at this point of time. They have 4 matches is what they played. Look at the number of finishes they've got. 36 finishes. On an average, we would like to say, it's almost 9. 9. And that's a very decent one. 9 on an average, just by finish points for you, is going to prove that your team is strong enough for the next round itself. Now, 6,000 damage, that's the least you can find for 36 finishes, according to me. 7 headshots, 16 assists, with an average, if you're surviving 19 minutes in a game, you're easily coming up to the 7th or the 6th position. There again, you're gaining another 5 to 6 placement points. So I feel that Brawlers have done the job.
They certainly have done a very good job. But Team Brawlers, of course, with this game, this is the game that we were looking forward to.
Yeah.
And with this game, I think they have solidified the position inside the top 4. Now, there still lies 3 more position, and we know that there is a lot of competition, ladies and gentlemen. But first, we're going to have a look at the highlights where we want to see how the action unfolded on the map of Miramar.
Yep, it all started off as the early skirmish, which we spoke about. Somewhere where I feel that, Nexon was the team who had this, fight written all over them. I don't know how come Justin was the person who did that initial 2 knocks and just held on for the teammates to come in, and they came in at the right time to completely erase the squad off, or at least do so much of damage that only one man had to run for his life, and eventually they revived the strongest man, Justin. If he was given a little bit of an HP, I think he could have clutched that 1v3.
He probably could have, but do or die here. This was a suicide attempt. Try and go for a flank where you've got no trade potential, where you're entering into enemy territory, which is safeguarded with those barrels, which is safeguarded with those fences. This is no way to take a 4v4 fight, especially one against Team Gravex, who have been very, very consistent throughout. An absolute abomination from their side. But, of course, Team BE, not really the best of shows here again, once again. This is normal, right? Gravex would eat you up alive if you try and do that. You've got one player on the other side of the road. You've got one player trying to flank in. Every single one of those players trying to take those individual 1v4 fights. Just not a way you would proceed to take a 4v4. But this vehicle explosion really cost them a lot of money over there.
Yep, absolutely. Now, 2 finishes in once. Your teammate is losing 2 players at one shot, and that's something you wouldn't want to do. You wouldn't want to have against you in any given point of time. Now, Redemption Crew was looking the strongest, even from this moment, from far away. The mid-range battle for the Redemption Crew was so perfect that they could initiate more finishes than a close-range one. Profit on the other side, they were waiting for this moment to capitalize. It was Zuka who took 2 players down. I think the third one also almost came in from his side itself. They knew that they'd done the damage with that grenade and eventually pushed in, and they were able to execute the right kind of slaughter against them. Now, Brawl on the other side, this is where it all started off for them. 1 finish is what they had over here. They converted it to more than 10 or 12, and that shows the kind of momentum they had from here on with 11 teams alive.
Exactly, with the kind of position that they have, with the kind of manpower that they have in the final circles. This is what we have been talking about, right? You saw how Dark and Rawat just lived up to their expectation, but only because they had all the support of Iconic and Sangwan in this one. Sangwan and Iconic being eliminated in the early times of the maps of Erangel and Sanhok sort of let those 2 players also affect their gameplay. I feel like this is where the Sangwan and Iconic take up most of the calling responsibilities. They take up most of the IGLing responsibilities and just let Dark and Rawat run havoc in the server itself. That is the way Brawlers would really function well. And if the players, especially Sangwan and Iconic, can manage to survive, I feel like Dark and Rawat can do their job much better. But of course, you've got to talk about Team B6. The way they've kind of maintain their composure, maintain that consistency right from the start till the very end. It's very good to see that a team can actually manage to stay consistent and stay together. We've seen a lot of teams try different things. We've seen a lot of teams try different flanks, try different formations and how they function. It's all about keeping things simple in these rounds. You're just going through a filtration process. You stay together, you fight together, you survive together, and that's the name of the game. It's simple. Obviously, had it been so simple, I would have been a player myself.
This is what I keep saying, you know, it's easy to speculate sitting on a desk, but rather in that pressure situation, the way you're going to react, the way you allow your fingers to actually listen to your brain is going to be hard. Redemption Crew on the other side, when they had a very good chance to dominate, that is when, you know, they get taken down in a very ruthless way coming in from the side of Brawlers, as they were the people who were actually taking every single fight possible on the map. You know, they were like, we're gonna steal every finish which is gonna be lying around. We're gonna make sure that we take the fight right into the face of the enemies in such a way that it's gonna be easy for us to dominate and strike fear. And the final moments is this, where it was Rawat landing the final blow and getting the right kind of finish. I mean, there are a few moments in this game where we realized that, you know, Brawlers came in and hit the iron when it was hot.
Yep.
But at the same time, let's not forget that Redemption Crew also had a very good opportunity. In case they had stayed silent and composed and not allowing themselves to be visible towards both the side of Brawlers as well as the other team, I think they could have been rewarded with one finish point or probably a better survival period as well.
Again, it just comes down to ifs and buts. What could have happened had I done this? What could have happened had I done that? And it's just some
from that mistakes, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You were
Learning
saying.
from those mistakes. But I guess there's still one map to go. This is where you can learn from your mistakes. And I feel this entire platform is about learning from your mistakes. You come in as a new, inexperienced lineup into BMOC. You're playing against your contemporaries. You're playing against one of the best in the country. And you just tend to learn. You come back in another tournament. You come back in BGIS once again with reinforced measure, with reinforced intent. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of intent, I feel like my Zomato personal is a very intent on delivering me my chicken salad. I need to rush to get it as the next game is getting ready. Erangel is up for you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm gonna run off. Thank you so much.
Oh, my co-pilot yet again is gonna be a person whom I would love to, you know, share the desk. It's not like I hate Salty on the desk. He's also fun as well. But when you are there on the desk, there's so much more to speak apart from, you know, all the fun kept apart. It's a very simple point for us to see whether Livecraft is going to perform well and cement themselves, because we all know it's going to be Brawlers who have done a very good job. Then we have the side of Kravex done a very good job. P6 have done a very good job. Now the fight is going to be between the side of team Neon, Livecraft, then we have Unstoppable coming in from one side, and probably Redemption Crew. So what do you have to say about these chances which is there for all these teams?
You know, this is the kind of a masala that we've been witnessing from the past couple of days, right? Every single time we enter into the final game of Erangel, we're always thwarted into thinking which will be that one team that makes the mark. Now, for Livecraft, I think they've got to collect 10 or 15 points, so ideally they're going to be aiming for that chicken dinner. But I think for Brawlers, they've got their work cut out, right?
Yeah.
They've been consistent through the start. They've been getting a lot of finishes to their name, and getting this chicken dinner sort of solidifies the entry into round number 3. But this is where the other big gun that we've been talking about, Livecraft, have they really, you know, gone and dug deep enough to, you know, make it up to the top 4? That's a big question. They will have to perform really well, because barring that one Miramar game where they really collected so many points for themselves, they have been looking a little off. And this one game, the pressure is going to be really intense, and I'm pretty sure Salty is going to be very disappointed knowing that all that chicken salad is right in my stomach.
Oh, that is why I see his face gone down. I'm so sorry, my friend. I feel you at this moment. But yeah, a few clarifications because of whatever has happened so far.
Right.
The first map was taken away by Livecraft, if I'm not wrong. The second map they dropped in real bad. Right, because of the overconfidence which they had gained. Am I going in the right way?
So the first map was won by Kravex, right? They clutched out. The second map was again, you know, Livecraft taking it down to the wire, but it was P6 that did come out as the big victors, with P6 getting 2 back-to-back chickens. Now, we've got so many teams in the mix, Arca. This is where, you know, I'm starting to make all those calculations, but, you know, of course, the overall standings are not visible for everybody for us to, you know, come to a certain conclusion as to where where these teams lie. But of course, you know, you can make those assumptions in your head because Lifecraft, they've had that one good game. The first game, they kind of made it to the top 6. So
Yeah, I
it
still
was
remember
just those
the
2
domination.
games that they had out of the 4 that they played were really good. Sanhok wasn't good either because 2 of the players got picked off by Team Not, and then Clowney was sort of surviving to the end and could not do much, right? Went down to Borohari.
Yeah.
And this game as well was a really bad start, and it all comes down to this. But it's not just about Lifecraft because
Yes.
we've got so many other teams, you know, with Profit really having such a good game. I think they're also one of the strongest contenders making it to the top 4.
True, completely agreed on this point as we're going to be stepping into the final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the map of Erangel where everything is come down to the line. We have to see which team will be quickest to make sure that, you know, they set the right foot inside the line and make sure that they get selected into the next round. The most important thing, as you pointed out, Profit have done a great job.
Yeah.
Redemption Crew out of nowhere have started performing really well. Livecraft need a winner chicken dinner for themselves. Amongst these fights, which team do you expect to have an early skirmish? Because we do understand there are other teams right below them who also wants to come in and dominate. And let's not forget, you know, the team of RC are there, NOT are there, the team Saw is coming in. Oh, P6 have already done a great job. So let's not speak about it. There's one other team which was actually doing a good job, and it's
Cravex.
Yeah, Cravex. So Cravex is, I think Cravex is already cemented because they've performed decently well throughout. So the question of Cravex also doesn't come into picture. So let's keep this here. Lovecraft, Redemption, and then we have Lovecraft, Redemption, Profit, and then one more team is there, my friend. I'm still not able to get them in my brain. So in case, let's keep these 3 for now in the picture. Who do you think is going to be involved in an early skirmish? Because better stop your enemies, you know, than giving them a chance to put some points on the table.
You know, we've got to take notes from the first game of Erangel, right? It was kind of rather slow. We did not get to see a lot of fights happening. So I'm going to assume that, you know, no one's going to be holding in for some grudges against any personal vendetta against these teams. Everybody's going to try and play out their own game. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time in the evening, we have taken it up to the skies. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, the flight path trajectory, as it may seem, is heading all the way to its Talbot. Now, this is where, you know, teams dropping down south, this is where teams dropping down east, they're going to face a lot of trouble. And so I'm starting to wonder, where is the zone going to get formed? Because that plays such an instrumental role. And, you know, by zone, which is that one circle that you
I literally want it at Military Base, because till now, all of these teams would have seen how the circle is being forming. They would want to, you know, try to challenge themselves more. Look at the kind of jump we are seeing from the beginning. Most of these teams have already, you know, jumped off in the beginning itself, and they're trying to do the best of what they can in the beginning so that they'll be the first one to set foot on the land and get the right kind of resources for themselves, so that in case somebody's trying to come close to them, then they're ready for the fight. But at the same time, the most important thing for them to do is go in for a rotation. Now, nobody is kind of jumped off towards the eastern side of the map, that's towards the side of Melta Power of Lipovka as of now. What do you have to say about that?
You know, at a certain point, maybe teams might be heading over there, take a few vehicles, just travel around. But a hybrid circle, we have a Metsus Orca, and that is going to make things so much more spicy. Now, this is where I believe Brawlers, considering the momentum that they have picked up from that last game, getting that chicken, they have a really solid chance. Because look at them, how they position, nobody even in the near vicinity. While we have some action, I think, brewing around that northwestern Georgopol city over there, but heading back into Pachinki, it's going to be P6 going up against Team Not. Now, this is where P6, like we've discussed already earlier, that they're not having any trouble lately, right? They've done their job, 2 back-to-back chickens, they've been consistent, they're the ones, you know, focusing a lot around the center of the circle. But their immediate objective is going to be to deal with the players of Not, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to shy away from taking this fight.
No, not. Are they doing the right thing, trying to go in for an early skirmish? I do understand they need finish points in their name, but going against the strongest, one of the strongest teams in the lobby, do you think that, they are doing the right thing? Because ultimately we all know P6, once they start to get this initial knocks, the way they rush in, the pack of scavengers who wants more and more and more no matter how much you give them. So this is going to be the question. Is not pulling the right strings, or is it going to be just a bad music which they're going to face?
Hey, what do they have to lose, right? They're not in contention of the top 4. They pretty much know their journey, their Cinderella story that was going on is going to be coming to, well, a full stand still in the round number 2. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to be hesitating from taking a fight. But this is where Boro Hari Esports, this is an absolute disaster for Lifecraft, as one after the other just chased down and losing out on 2 of their primary players. This has all gone wrong for them. And Boro Hari Esports, this has been continuing for a while, and you can see that little bit of a smirk on their faces. They knew exactly what they wanted to. Now this is where you're asking, if any team is going to be heading out for Lipovka. Well, Lifecraft had a different intention, wanted to go towards farm, but in between, just caught off guard. And now, this is where it all falls. The pressure coming down to Doom and Clowny, because for qualifying they need to make sure they need 10 to 15 points to their name, and with 2 players getting taken down early, this is going to be so tough.
Boro Hari had a smirk on their face, when they took down 2 players of Liftcraft. They were like, if we are not going, we're going to take you with us out of this game. But at the same time, the anger on the face of Clowny, which came in over there, that shows that we can expect them to do wonders. And as the game is going to progress forward over the course of time, I just hope they both meet again. And which of these teams are going to have the final laugh is going to be the big question now. We all know Team Levitator is one of those teams who are slowly trying to pick it up, I just hope that they're levitating so high that they'll be able to somehow climb over to the top 4 position. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
I know that they need a 20-point finish pointer and a winner chicken dinner for themselves to actually make it, or think of making it into the top 4. Do you really think Team Levitate can actually do it, in case they let go of their fears and then try to push in towards every team in front of them?
See, ideally it's possible, right? Go and wipe out the whole lobby and get a chicken dinner. You're going to be seeing yourselves through. But when you talk about the real conditions around, this is one of those circles that's one of the toughest to approach, because you really do not know where it's going to tend to switch, right? We have seen some redonkulous plays being made, especially in this circle. We've seen, the circle certain times going a little bit up north. We've seen the circle just panning around that Water City area, sometimes around that middle little island in between the upper island and the southern one. So this is where, it's all chaotic, it's all confusing. But well, there's still chances, right? Hey, we're going to be dreamers, we're going to be believers. If Levitate can pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat and do wonders, everything is possible. But again, the chances are very less likely. And with Lifecraft suffering heavy casualties right from the early beginning, and with Clowny losing out on his 2 primary assaulters, it's going to be such a huge problem for him, because now he's just left with Doom. Now, taking a look at the statistics, we haven't seen Clowny a lot on those finish boards, right? It's his teammates that have been doing the job. He's been the one making all the call-outs. But with just 1 player, we did witness that in Sanhok really happened. What happened to them? They got eliminated pretty early. Now, and a mediocre finish is something that Lifecraft can't live with. So I have got my fingers crossed, man.
One thing is for sure, from round 1 to round 2, Livecraft has changed their assaulter. Like I do remember Clowny was the person who always had the final laugh against any team which did challenge them in round 1, but in round 2 it looks like he's holding back, trying to bring in a different kind of strategy, or the strategy which they were holding for a really long time. The Brawlers especially, I love the way they were able to camouflage themselves amongst all these teams and not give off the true strategy until the previous map, where they took it actually into the face of all those teams and snatched away a very, very good winner chicken dinner for themselves. Now I'm looking forward to see somebody like Team RC probably do it, or probably the side of Redemption, Team Do or Die Esports. They also are one of those teams who are back decent amount of score until now. I just hope that they'll be able to do something more. But specifically asking you, in case if it is the side of Team Profit Esports who take advantage of this game. How many finish points do you think they require with that winner chicken dinner to cement themselves?
You know, it depends on where they really end. If they get a chicken dinner, I think 10 finishes are gonna suffice. But you know, if you are looking for a top 3, then try to push it to the limits, right? But this is where you've got to understand the mentality of these players. They know that this is the game that matters a lot, and look at them making those early rotations. Now they're sort of wondering that maybe Everest is where the circle kind of pans out to, or maybe they just want to have that little bit of an elevation, a little bit of a vantage point to, you know, spot out every single squad, where are they rotating around. So making such an early rotation, look at them, they barely have any loot to play around with, they barely have any meds. Now if you're trying to contest for the circle with literally minimal loot, it's going to be so difficult for you to play it around, especially when you're on the high grounds, because you're going to be constantly in action, constantly shooting at people, and there are going to be people who shoot back at you. So that is where, you know, somewhere down the line, really feel that Profit should get back to looting, get a few meds to themselves, collect a few ammunitions, and then maybe focus for the center. But for now, you know, Brawlers, I really like how they're positioning, right? Just at the heart of where the circle is. And it's going to be so flexible for them to move out, because we haven't really seen that congregation yet. But this is going to be a little bit of a reality check of what really lies for us. And Brawlers, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy. Even the boys from Frags, they're going to be pleased as well, taking a look at how the circle has shifted in their favor.
Now, this is where Borohari is the team which is trying to, you know, taunt everybody possible in this, you know, lobby. They are like, we have to make sure that we leave a mark before we go. At least by the time we come back yet again in another tournament, we're going to be the people to watch out for. And I just hope that, you know, this team had realized this earlier, so that it could have been much more easier for them to, you know, make it into the top 4 and do a better job. Now, Borohari on the other side, in case they do some wonders, do you think that they can make it into the next round in case they get a 15 finishes and a winner with a chicken dinner for themselves? As I speak, the caster's curse fall upon them as one person gets down on his knees. Now, is it easy for them to actually pick this player up, as most of his HP, not just HP, most of him is out of the game?
You know, for Borohari Esports, they just don't care at this point, right? They're really going after it, even after losing out on Black. Clearly shows their body language, the mentality that they play.
Oh, nice.
This, you know, they're not gonna shy away from fights. They wanna go out with their heads held high. That is what the initial intention is. As Rito, he's gonna be cooking up that grenade. Did lob it at Kunal's direction though, but then again, you've got Mythgod from that upper higher hills. He's providing that quintessential cover fire, and this is where, you know, when you have someone who's got nothing to lose, they're the most deadly, right? And I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to take a few more players off coming soon out at the very least, because the way they've been playing, they are definitely not looking like the ones to back off from here.
Now, for me, my attention is actually going towards the mini map, you know, but also the feed of the map which you're getting on the other monitors. As we can see, Brawlers is coming close to Frag, and I don't know how that fight is going to turn out. As we all know, Frag's officials are one team which have nothing to lose. Now, will they take the fight and try to prove themselves that they can take down the strongest bulls in the lobby? As we speak about one other fight which is going on over here, is coming soon, looking out for something new. As we jump on to the perspective of Brawl at this point of time, they did try to tag off the side of Team Frags, who did come pretty much close to them. It looks like, you know, they did not end up having a right kind of, you know, fight. But ultimately, what a comeback over there. You know, Sangwa is the person yet again good to go down on his knees, and he's going to be finished off as well, and his teammates are pretty much far away. I don't know what they're planning to do at this point of time. It's just that they had to just come in and help their IGL to do the right kind of thing.
You know, at this point, this is where Brawlers got cocky again, especially Sangwon, right? Staying so out in the open when you know this is a time when teams are going to be conversing around, as the players of not Butchers, one after the other, they are getting butchered down over here as Team BTX right in front of them. This is again one of those teams that, you know, we've been not really talking about, because they haven't been establishing themselves inside the lobby, right? It's going to be Toman Manji. And I really thought that we could get to see something from their side, of really unique, a really crafty name, but I guess it's a little too late to kind of get into the party, because I believe the ship has already sailed for them. But hold on, look at the backlines. We've got Neon getting to the back hills of Georgia Paul. So anyone who survives this are going to succumb to them.
I want to say one point about this team BTX, you know, in case they were ready to take the fight to anybody who comes closer to them, probably they would have been in a better position. I've seen them, they don't tend to stick together all the time. In case there's an initial knock coming in, they do not want to capitalize on it. They want to stay back and hold back as much as possible. A grenade has been cooked by Goku.
Wow.
I know he placed it perfectly, and it does do the damage at this point of time. Let's see whether Goku will be able to push in at the right corners and make sure that, you know, oh, through those pixels, a nice job coming in, but through the window somebody caught his pixels and eventually he had to fall back. In case a push had come in from his side, the story would have been different. Ragul is like, I'm going to go finish off the job, don't worry, as he comes in towards the window to find out where the shots were coming in from. Now Manji, Ragul, let's see whether he's going to be ending the spree. He doesn't look at the right corner, but ultimately his teammate came in from the right direction to give that final finish for the side of Not Butchers. Eliminated with 4 finish points. BTX looks a little stronger.
Yeah, Toman Manji is getting into their zone, feeling their mojo at the very last moment, but it's a little too late for them. But there you have it. The boys from Frags are finally getting the heat right at the face of the Brawlers, who apparently have made sure they've collected enough points. This grenade coming out from Ravit might do some damage for Extreme Boy, as he's going to just step out of his cover.
Nice.
Beautiful knock as Ravit, he's going to be on his knees. And with that being said, Frags official, they're going to be going on with the push as one last player, he's trying to put a last stand, but he falls down as well. It's going to be iconic, as Brawlers have also been eliminated from the server.
Now, this is the kind of gameplay we were expecting from the teams in the bottom bracket to actually perform from the beginning. But I don't know, this is where they've let go of their fears and then try to take the fight, and this is what you're going to be rewarded with. Now on the other side, Nexon is going to be one of those teams who want to take the best of what is possible. 2 grenades connect perfectly, giving the opening for the side of Sarkar to actually push in. He wants to pre-fire and check, nobody's there. It's going to be Mickey and Sarkar, both of them trying to push into the top stairs, but ultimately comes a backstab. It's Mickey who gets taken down. This is the initial opening which BTX actually required. Sarkar comes in from the other corner. He wants to make sure that he comes in at the final moment to land the right kind of bullet. He's going to be picking up as many finishes as possible because he knows it's important for him to pick up his teammate, but at the same time not to forget that the amount of finishes he picks up over here is going to be giving them a small ray of hope just in case they have a chance.
Yeah, a little semblance of hope for these boys, but Toman Manji, you know, Akash is like, alright guys, I'm out of here. And does not have the right vehicle though. One of his buggies, both these tires flattened out, as Akash, I believe, his position has been compromised. And with Ragul just bleeding on his knees, there's no way that he's gonna get that rest back up, with Neon finally deciding to head out inside the circle because it's the 4th zone, right? This is where you're gonna take a massive chunk of damage, as Sarkar not really being as calculative. Everybody of Neon just falling prey to the circle.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't understand the basics, or when you tend to forget the basics, you know, as you're playing in this game. Mickey, is he doing the right thing yet again with the zone eating them up so much? Is it, I think he just shared few of his meds so that, you know, Mickey can actually make it inside the circle. Mickey has to stop, heal right now, because 9, 8, 7, 6,
Has
5, 4, 3,
Is it
2,
enough?
1.
Yeah,
I think it's enough as of now, you know. That was the final moments where I thought that he might get taken out. He's got 4 more meds for himself. The zone is starting to eat him up a little more faster at this point of time. Look at what's happening on the other side. It's just exchange of throwables, trying to see who's going to be precise among these two. I know that, you know, P6 have already done the job. You know, they've done the heavy lifting. All they have to do is just enjoy making sure the opponents exhaust their resources, and finally they can rush in and do the damage against the side of BE. Let's see who's going to be coming on top. As of now, it looks like it's P6 who are still doing the damage. Next time, Maxi is the person, puts 2 players down. Now he's got an opportunity to clutch this out. Let's see whether he'll be able to do that.
Oh, certainly, as he's going to be pushing at the players of Profit Esports, as Zuka. Oh, he's going to start his heart beating up over here, as Maxi is going to be successfully clutched clutching them out, marking the end of the run for Profit Esports. We were starting to ponder that maybe this is the team that gets to the top 4, but here it is, the run coming to an end. But while it was all happening, I was taking a look at Lifecraft now, who are survived with just Doom. Clowny sort of being the sacrificial lamb, led Doom with all the first aids he had. He's got to do the survival job. And I'm starting to ponder if that was the right decision to make. But now, with coming soon and BHE in real close proximity to each other. Now, this is one of the fights that we have been witnessing right from the very start, right? Griffin has taken some massive amount of damage as Frenzy is going to be looking out for Mega Man. Now he started to cook his grenade. Any moment he's going to be tossing it out, not in the right direction because the position has been changed.
Now, this is the whole point about Borohari, you know, they tend to commit too much into a fight, not predicting the right corners. They know that they're doing the damage against the player. Do you really think the person is going to hold back behind a tree so close when he knows that he's in that, you know, close proximity where a grenade can actually land towards his shoulder? Look at what's happening on the other side. Mid-guard, a perfect grenade falls in, and that is how you time it, and that is how you place it. And this is what we can learn from the side of CS. Another one comes in a bit more closer. I know Borohari is not pretty much close to them, but I do believe that, you know, this exchange of grenades is just entertainment for the eyes of the viewers are watching, because none of these teams are going to go down on their knees. Neither of them are going to come in close proximity to take those positions, the fourth position, which is holding them off. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean, with coming soon, pretty much they also know that nowhere coming soon to the round number 3 for sure. It's going to be the next BGIS where they have to try their luck, but for now, Midgard, he's still going to try to put on a stand. As look at the players of BHG, as Frenzy just comes out of nowhere, instantly just prones in, will be trying to go after Mega Man as well, as Mega Man out in the open with nowhere to run and hide, just gets obliterated. As there you have it, Borohari Esports. Well, I mean, it's a little too late to step on the gun, but hey, you would want to get those finishes to your name. As I can see, Lifecraft in a whole world of trouble. Doom against the wall.
No.
Gets taken down at the 10th position with, I think, barely any finish to their name. There you go. This also marks an end for such a huge team like Lifecraft. And it's going to be breaking the hearts of all their fans. But P6, in the meanwhile, they had the center of the circle. They were looking really comfortable, but now they're in a fight.
I am not at all worried about these fights which is, you know, coming off on our screens. Frags official, how much of a chances do they have to make it into the next round is going to be the next big question, because it looks like they're committed to pick up as many finishes as possible and try to be as safe as possible at this point of time. I do understand when you say P6 are looking forward to finish this off on a high note and get the better of what they can do. DP Kid on the other side also gets taken down. A good grenade can actually give that finish point towards the side of Team P6 as they push in a little more further. It's going to be Max Payne who's always been the grenadier for the team, giving the right kind of, you know, projectile for his grenades to land in the right corner. Now P6 on the other side finds off another player. They're going to be spraying as much as possible, picking up as many finishes as possible. 3 is what they've attained so far, with 8 teams already inside the circle. We have to see who's going to be rewarded with the max. Oh, there's been another team in the crosshair. That's going to be Kravex. I don't know whether, you know, P6 and Kravex are even going to take this seriously.
Oh, no, they certainly are. At least P6, right? They've been respecting the circle, and the same goes with Kravex. They do not want to mess up. They know how important it is to be consistent in every single game. As look at Pablo, those commitments of all those smoke speaks in volumes for how serious P6 are for this game. As there you have it, Sexy Kid making his way. Would want to secure that finish, but more than that, he's got an even tougher task, right? That is to somehow get his vehicle out. But spotting out the players of BHE, Griffin falling down, but there comes the trade-off of Rito, and this is where, you know, Team P6, they're going to be cutting out on their losses, and they will have to move on eventually.
I think that they can pick it up. You know, Pablo has got a lot of job to do. He has the right kind of cover. Now, this is the time where we can expect a push coming in against them. Let's see whether that's going to be striking at the right time, as BE on the other side has got TUB in front of them, and the grenades have been connecting perfectly for the side of TUB. Now, one good molly. Can this cook out two players who are hiding. No, it's not going to cook out. Player 3 in a lot of trouble, as Justin knows the location of player 3. His footsteps is going to be pretty much visible. Justin has covered up all those, visible choices for the side of TUB, because he knows the zone is going to be pushing really hard on them, and that they'll have no other place but a small ridge under which they have to take cover. And a good grenade coming into this corner is going to mark the end for the side of the Unstoppables. A good gameplay for the last 3 games. I hope they're done better from the first 2.
Just before this game, rather than the Miramar map, we were not really keeping Levitate into the mix. Now they are going to be enjoying the best spot inside the circle, being inside the circle's edges, having a little bit of a high ground to work around with. If they can properly deal with P6, I think this is their chicken dinner to lose. With Sniper from the higher grounds, he's going to be trying to building up that smoky path for himself so that he can make it inside the zone, and that's a really good approach. Not directly walking over on that path, rather going on the sidelines of it, because on those smoke paths you have all those grenades being tossed over. So P6 doing their basics right, they've done their homework. Let's see how far can they get.
I think they can get the furthest in case they don't come into the crosshairs of any team which is holding the high ground as of now. But ultimately, they do come in, and eventually that's going to be probably the last man eliminated, and that is BE going out of the equation. Now, speaking of P6, this is one team which just came back from getting almost eliminated out of the lobby to 3-man standing. Now, Max Payne is one person who's going to be leaving the lobby as we speak. I really want to see how much Sniper and his teammate can do. Overcommitment comes in from the other side, and that is where he gets taken out. Oh, Redemption Crew on the other side. The team which we think 10 finishes and a winner chicken dinner is what we have spoken about them. It looks like they're going to make it happen with all 4-man standing. They want to rake up as many finish points as possible. They have Levitate in front of them. 1 or 2 knocks against the side of Levitate. We all know Redemption Crew is going to be capitalizing on that. They have nothing to worry about at this point of time. Nothing to lose. Toothless, 1 good grenade. Do it, and that's going to be beginning. Baymax is going to be the person who's going to be doing that. Now Redemption do understand that this is a projectile to work around with. There's another grenade which falls in the right corner to keep them a little away from those shots, but ultimately it's Tree who gets taken down from another corner. I don't know who's coming into the picture. It looks like it's Levitate themselves.
It's pandemonium everywhere throughout the lobby as Redemption Crew. They're making sure that every single time they press in, they have a knock to work around with. As the Exovic is going to be trying to blow off that vehicle. Does not get it though, as Night Noob is going to successfully get himself patched up, as Levitate have also managed to keep back into full HP, as this is where it all comes down to. Levitate and Redemption Crew, both these teams contending for the top 4 spot, but who's the one who's going to be walking out with a smile, Arka?
Oh, I think the smile could go into the favor of Kalpesh, just in case that grenade would have got connected. Not, the prediction of the projectile is not being perfect for the side of Levitate. That is what I would like to say. RC, oh my god, 1 good grenade does connect. Toothless and Shri, both of them are down on their feet. Now this smokes is where the revelation or the prediction of the next grenade can actually fall into the right corner. They've lost a player. Redemption Crew have to be very, very careful. Baymax, what does he do? He immediately goes, loots up his teammate, wants to get as many resources as possible to make sure that he goes to the southern side of the map where he has control, much better cover as well. Now Levitate has to make it inside the circle as well. They've got Tup coming into the crosshairs. They have to be very, very careful, because the Unstoppables also want a chunk of that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see whether they'll be able to bless this out for which team.
Alright, for Unstoppables, they certainly are looking now. Unstoppable over here, getting yet another knock. It's going to be Hop over Kalpesh, as they've got that little bit of a ridge to play around with. They've got the circle. They've got everything panned out, which is looking to be a chicken dinner, which I eventually thought could have been Levitates, as they were going in for those revives right out in the open. It's going to be Toothless who manages to get that important knock onto towards Knight. Now this is where even Phoenix is going to be pushing in from the sidelines, as he knows he can get that flank secured for his team. He can get that little bit of an altitude, little bit of a vantage point to play around with. But now now Toothless and Exovic. Exovic has been exceptional this time, how he's been performing, as now he spots out Bob, spots out Trouble as well. But where does he open up his triggers? Where does he go after them? As now he knows all those information are going to be imparted to his teammate of the grenades that are going to be coming his way. Finally spotted out, nowhere to run and hide. Eventually just gets finished off. And there you have it, a chicken dinner coming in for Unstoppable when we really did not see that one coming.
I mean, I really was watching for Redemption Crew to actually do the best of what they can do and actually secure this winner chicken dinner for themselves. 10 finishes, the right kind of raking. Unstoppables on the other side. I think this is the second map they performed really well, right? They were able to pick up a winner chicken dinner for themselves. So out of nowhere, we can expect Unstoppables to also make it into the top 4. So it's going to be a nail-biting situation once the results are going to be out, or a few seconds before the results are going to be out, to check which is going to be those top 4. But over here, looking at the points table, 20, 20, 25, 20, 14, 14, 12 goes in favor of Unstoppable, Redemption, Team Levitate, P6 and Boro Hari respectively, where it's all about the finish points which has mattered the most for them, apart from the squad of Team Levitate, because Unstoppable and Redemption Crew, they've shared the maximum of the room.
Oh yeah, they certainly have. But you know, at this point, Boro Hari, man, they've ruined so many teams' games, especially Lifecraft, as they're not going to have their sleeps tonight completely just taken away. It's going to be all nightmares if they even tend to fall asleep. But for Profit Esports also, really early exit, and for Brawlers would not really matter, have covered up whatever they had to during that first game. As we take during that previous game, as we take a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be from Redemption Crew. It's going to be Srios with 528 points of damage, 6 finishes to his name. This lad was completely clinical.
And yeah, clinical is going to be the word for him, but top 5 is where we're going to get a much more clearer picture to see who was the most clinical. Yes, he's the one who's going to be most clinical, but Phoenix on the other side, from the side of Unstoppables, 577 damage with 4 finishes, will be really happy with what he could contribute for the team, whereas the rest of the rewards is going to go to Boro Hari. What were they trying to plan out in this game? Nothing to lose. Just imagine if this was the attitude of theirs from the beginning of the day and what they could have pulled off. It's just that it was late for them. Looking at the match summary, 60 knocks and 56 of which was converted to a finish.
Yeah.
Good thing to see that.
Yeah, and in fact, what's more baffling is 119 grenades were used in just 2 grenade finishes there, right? And even look at this long distance finish, right? You've got Srios with that 326 meters, so long range shots really coming in handy. But again, for Boro Hari Esports, well, they were in the natural element. They were treating this game as just another classic lobby, just you know, completely just beyond that fear that settles in, the pressure that heaps upon you. But yeah, I mean, pretty much getting their job done, having fun while it lasts. As taking a look at the FT overview, right? You've got a lot of teams getting a lot of damage done, but I think it was the Unstoppable who were really, you know, committing. They've had that conviction ratio there, 10 finishes to their name, even a Redemption Crew as well.
I mean, the smallest of all these towers are going to be going into sort of Lovecraft. 25 damage is all they could deal with. They were the expected favorites to, you know, perform better in this map. But yeah, good to see that around 5 to 6 teams are actually the teams which have done equal number of hard work to attain the kinds of finishes they've got. Now we're going to look at the Spotlight. I'm so sorry. Squad Spotlight, you know.
I'm not gonna blame you for that, right? Things have been so intense.
Oh,
and
yes.
So much to process in our heads. It's obvious that, you know, I'm still wondering who are the top 4 gonna be, right? Of course, taking a look at Brawlers, 36 finishes to their name, 6,279 points of damage. Well, it all did come down to that one good map of Miramar, right? Which is where they picked up. But AST, if you can take a look at the average survival time, that is something that they need to work upon for round 3, because it's going to get even more tougher from here on.
See, this is the whole point, you know, when Brawlers are trying to be as offensive as possible, there's not going to be much of survival time for them. So I do believe that, you know, once they get better in once they get selected in further on in this tournament, they're just going to work on that. They're just going to be on the defensive side. I know that Sangwon is not going to rush like how much he's rushing right now, trying to be that experienced cool head. He's going to hold back as much as possible, allowing Iconic as well to, you know, stay by his side, allowing the other two to just, you know, give them the right kind of eyes and ears so that, you know, they can perform well. So Brawlers are kind of set according to me for the next round as well. We can expect them to be there even at BMPS as well. Now squad face off, these were the two teams to watch out for, and look at what happened over here. Unstoppable have taken one step ahead of Redemption Crew. They've got 27 finishes so far. I don't know who's going to be selected now, because amongst these two, there's only one team which has got the winner chicken dinner for themselves, and that is going to be the side of Unstoppables. Did Redemption Crew ever pick up one today? I don't think so. They've got.
I think, you know, I'm starting to have this feeling that Unstoppables might have made that mark, because they've got the extra 2 finishes to their name, and even if you take a look at the average survival time, 3 seconds extra. So clearly, I mean, this has been the tell-to-tell story, right? Every single time we calm down, there's a team that, you know, tends to step up in the 4th and 5th game and suddenly turns the tides in their favor, and this is where, you know, Redemption Crew are going to be kicking themselves in the foot. Had they, you know, gotten that final finishes, had they made sure that they would have made it to the final, you know, the top chicken dinner in the final game, could have been a different story altogether. But a little bit of a look at our squad performance over here for P6 has been my favorite team of the evening, right? 2 chicken dinners in the evening. They have been respecting the zones. They haven't been very careless, right? Something that, you know, teams like Brawlers tend to do. In fact, in the final game against the players of Team Frags, that is where we could see, you know, what on earth was Sangwon doing. I think he was trying to create that flank angle, but really did not work it out. But this is one of those teams, you know, that started with a huge chicken dinner, had a little bit of a good game in between. It was match number 3 where they managed to get those 9 finishes, but apart from that, it was pretty mediocre.
Are Kravix not coming into the next round?
I don't know, because had they performed really well in that final game, maybe we could have had put them in the mix, right? But with so many consistent teams, at least, you know, you've got P6, you've got Brawlers already making it up. One of them is going to be Unstoppable, so they do have a chance. There's nothing taken away from them. They do have a chance, but at the same time, man, this is so confusing, because, you know, we're again put into getting surprised of what really awaits for us from round number 3. And this is how ruthless a competition can be, because from round 1 to round 2, it was again 50% of the lobby still making it to round 2, but from round 2 to round 3, it's just going to be 25%. So that is where, you know, teams needed to understand they had to get a certain game plan coming in. Well, teams like Lifecraft did have a certain game plan, but which was absolutely thrown out of the window by the players of Borohari.
Now this is where, you know, you have the right kind of mindset. Just imagine you're a team in the first round, you believe that, okay, let's make it into the top 8 only, let's concentrate on that. The kind of hard work they have to do in the second phase, where they have to overcome that mindset and try to be in the top 4. Just imagine in the first round itself, you're like, no matter what happens, we're gonna aim at the top spot, try to play that you know, sector stronger. We're gonna be making sure that, you know, we are there in the top 2. That mindset is obviously going to work for you in the second round, because all you have to do is just carry that forward for another 2-3 days and make sure that you do the best. So this is where, you know, basic mindsets of IGLs come into question. But at the same time, if you're strong enough that after the first round you say that, you know, it's fine, we just made it now let's get serious, now let's put it to everything, let's stick to the basics, textbook abilities, and then we go forward for it. That is something I was looking forward for. But yet again, probably on our socials is where we can speak more about this, do analysis on what has happened so far, because this is not going to end anytime soon. This is going to be like,
it's a carnival.
It's a carnival for sure. Now, things cannot get bigger than BMOC is what we feel. But just imagine what's going to happen at BMPS. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to witness something bigger and bigger and bigger, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. Make sure that you like our stream as well. That's going to be a pat on our shoulder. If you have something to say to us, you know where to find us as well. But ultimately, this thing is going to be pretty clear. This is just the beginning of something big. And as days to come, once invited teams are going to be coming in, see, we all understood this, that, you know, the new teams which are going to be stepping up, they'll have a view of all the strategies of an old, the teams which are going to be invited. But let's not forget the invited teams will have their own analysts who will be looking at these teams performing. The exchange of information is going to be really good.
Of course, there is going to be a lot of data information exchange going around with these teams. But, this is just one group that we are broadcasting, right? We still have a lot of other groups, that are happening offline, right? This is where, teams are certainly like, I do not know how this team plays. They can certainly ruin my game. But that's again for round number 4. But this was the penultimate day of round number 2. We just have one more day remaining, ladies and gentlemen, to find our top 64 teams that sort of make it ahead, right? And that being said, I was kind of so looking forward to these teams coming in to perform. This is where they had to know that they had to prove their mettle. Some really sort of overthought into the process, and that is where we reach the end of the show, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be calling it a night. Take care. Peace out.